Call this meeting to order. City Clerk, would you please take the roll?
Certainly. Councilmember Carbasi. Here. Councilmember Arias.
Presente.
Councilmember Chavez.
Here.
Councilmember Bredefeld.
Here.
Councilmember Esparza.
Present.
Vice President Perea.
Here.
And Council President Maxwell.
Present.
We have a quorum.
Thank you, City Clerk. At this time, I'm going to ask everyone to stand for the Pledge of Allegiance, which will be led by Councilmember Bredefeld. Thank you, everybody. City Clerk, are there any changes or items removed from today's agenda?
I have no changes to the agenda, but just a quick announcement that there is a separately noticed special meeting at 10 o'clock a.m. for a hearing to adopt resolutions and ordinances to annex territory and levy a special tax regarding City of Fresno, CFD number 9, and a resolution in support of Governor Gavin Newsom's $250 million recommendation to fund downtown Fresno infrastructure projects. We also have interpreters on Zoom in Spanish, Hmong, and Punjabi, and we do have an in-house Spanish interpreter, Alfredo, in the back there. We'll do a quick announcement just to let everyone in the audience know what his services are.
Thank you, City Clerk. Take it to my council colleagues. Any items you wish to remove, continue, or pull from today's agenda, we'll go in numerical order. Councilmember Carbasi, Arias, Chavez, not present, Bredefeld, Esparza, Perea. All right, seeing none, is there a motion to approve the agenda as amended? I have a motion from Arias, and I heard a second from Esparza. Any discussion? Any opposition? Motion passes 7-0. As the city clerk mentioned, we do have a scheduled special meeting that will start at 10 o'clock. We will take public comment for those two items at that time, for each item individually. I will open it up now for general comments regarding today's departments. I will allow time for public comment before each of our budget hearings throughout the week, specific to the departments that we'll be hearing that day. Do we have anybody in the audience that wishes to speak on the budget? Seeing none in the audience, City Clerk, do we have anyone punched up on Zoom? I wonder who it is.
Yes, we do. We have Lisa Flores.
Good morning, Lisa.
Good morning. It must be Monday because you're getting a little snide already. As you guys are grinding the sausage today, I want you guys to remember your fiduciary responsibilities to the taxpayers of the city of Fresno, not to special interests, but to the taxpayers. If any special interest, we are the special and only interest of the city of Fresno. And to remind yourself that no matter what decision you have, you not only have to live with it, but yeah. Anyway, that's all I got to say. And I look forward to seeing you guys Wednesday at the dog park with our comments from our dog group. Anyway, thank you.
Thank
Bye.
you, Lisa. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Next, we have Debbie Darden.
Good morning, Debbie.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. I just wanted to come before. I know you guys are in your budgets, and I wanted to just read a little statement and hoping that you would add this particular project into your budget. I'm the president of the board at the Cecil C. Hinton Center, a center that's been in West Fresno since 1968. This is a center that has served this community for decades. Everyone in this community, many of us have grown up going to Hinton Center. It was a safe place, home away from home. This is a 501(c) center. During that time, Mr. Hinton at the center was built over on B Street. And Mr. Cecil C. Hinton was a director for 19 years. He has served 48 youth groups, 53 adult groups. And because of his passion for what he had for the center, the programs that was provided, the center was renamed after him in 1968 and relocated to 2385 South Fairview. This center has provided parties, repasts, baby showers, education programs for decades. And at this time, because of the love that it's given, the center today now is in despair. It is on a brink of collapse. We have to literally go after funding, and our goal is to have it torn down and rebuilt. We wanted to face at the time, the new West Fresno College that sits right across the street, the Fresno City College, and catter corner from that is the Gaston Middle School. This center has been around and still has incredible things to do within the next 100 years. And it's so important for us to find financing to make sure that we get the funding to be able to do so. We want to thank our Councilman Miguel Arias, who has provided some forms of funding for us to be able to take care of some things that was already at the center that had to be taken care of. He was instrumental in that as well and continue to be an instrument in this project. One of the good things is that the PAL program ran through the police department also came and joined the center, where they bought in a boxing ring along with other physical exercise equipments for that community, which has been a plus for our young kids, another outlet for them to go to. And they're looking forward to bringing that PAL program back to the center. Also, Fresno Unified Superintendent Bob Nelson had just made an announcement speaking to me in regards to the center, that when the new facility come back, they will bring in education programs for our kids. Right now, our kids are at a catastrophic of education. They are a good percentage are below the education mark. It is important for us to continue to find and provide outlets for our kids.
Thank you very
during
much,
summer
Debbie.
months.
Appreciate
Thank
that.
you.
Thank you, Debbie. Next, we have Brandy. Brandy, you're on mute.
Oh, thank you. Sorry, I accidentally pressed stay on mute because it's Monday. Thank you so much for your time, and I agree with the statements before about serving our community, and ask that I'm hoping that the council had a chance to review and seriously consider the asks for the Fresno Housing Coalition and many organizations that have been that brought forth a well thought out letter regarding different concerns, and ask that you look at focus. I appreciate some of the concerns regarding what is on this budget and making sure it serves those who are underserved in the community, and ask that these would be carefully considered. I appreciate that we can speak on other items during the day now in case I can't be there. But so I want to ask in the finance department for the coalition for the council to consider the $4 million ask for the permanently funding commitment for a fully comprehensive eviction protection program. I appreciate that this continues to be on the budget, but ask for that would be considered, that it would, so that it can include a multi-language citywide public awareness, target outreach, public education workshops, and mobile clinics in multiple language on tenant and landlord rights, a hotline to support tenants with notices from landlords or other housing related question assistance, because we have people reaching out to us and asking for help, and having a place where they know they can go and get help from the city would be huge. Legal representation for tenants facing unlawful detainers, real-time same-day legal advice and representation at the Fresno County Courthouse on eviction days. A continued investment in a comprehensive eviction program now would lead to reduced expenditures on the cost of providing public benefits from job loss, costs associated with homelessness, the cost of social services, and the lasting impact of evictions, such as marked credit scores and a 7-year eviction record, making it difficult to find new housing. Continued funding could come from the local housing trust fund or other funding stems. I know that you have this on the general fund under finance, and I want to say that during this past year, I had several people reach out and ask for help and in what to do, and this is desperately needed so that we can prevent, because the ounce of prevention, this would be exponentially helpful. So ask that would be, a motion would be made for a more fully comprehensive emergency rental, fully funded eviction protection program, as well as other tenant protections. Thank you. And also, I would ask that you would consider, in whatever agenda thing and finance and stuff, to adopt a rent control program, as this would also be part of the bigger picture in helping our community to be protected, to be able to stay in their homes, to avoid homelessness, and to be able to have their rights protected. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Brandy. Next, we have Sam Frank.
Hi, Council President, Vice President, other members of Council. I'm Sam Frank. I'm President of the Fresno City Employees Association. And I would like to just say about the budget that we identified one part of the budget that we believe should be reconsidered, and that is more comp and class money for several classifications that are seriously underpaid. One of those is community service officers, which is tied to park rangers, and they're still more than 10% underpaid. So if we could have some more comp and class money, then we could continue to recruit and more importantly, to retain the people that we have working in those very important jobs. So at this time, I just wanted to make everybody aware of that. Thank you.
Thank you, Sam. Council President, that is all the public comment we have.
All right, thank you very much, City Clerk. We're going to go ahead and begin with our budget hearings. We'll get as close to 10 o'clock as possible. We'll transition into the special meeting at that time, and afterwards, we'll resume whatever remaining budget hearings that we have at that time. Just some general comments from my colleagues before we get started. We have a unique problem this year. That is, we have an unprecedented budget. We have $1.85 billion to divvy up over the next month. We all represent very different districts with different constituents and different needs. I imagine that these hearings will get passionate. I ask you guys to keep it civil, stay away from any personal attacks. We're going to be fighting over a limited amount of money for what seems to be unlimited amount of needs within our city. I will be leaving here about 10:45 for an appointment I can't get out of. Vice President Perea will be taking control of the meeting at that time. I'll be back after the lunch hour. Just as a reminder, if you have any budget motions or request for memos, if your chief or yourself could please get that to the appropriate people as soon as possible, that'd make this whole process go a lot more smoothly. Thank you. So we're gonna go in the order that I have here in front of me. We're gonna start with our general fund overview. Is that being led by yourself, Henry? All right, good morning. Hi.
Good morning, Council President, council members. First of all, can you hear me okay? Perfect. Henry Fierro, Budget Director. Today begins the FY24 budget review hearings. I will be providing a general fund overview. Then we'll proceed with departmental presentations. Before I start, though, the general fund overview, there are a couple items I just want to walk through as far as procedures. So the format for the reviews will be the same as we had conducted last year. And just real quickly, some bullet points that I'd like to share is department directors will present an overview of their department's budget. If council has any specific questions concerning the department's budget, operations, etc., the department director and staff will be here to answer those questions.
I appreciate that, and I'm going to ask my colleagues too that we allow each department director to get through their presentation before we begin questions and comments.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Next is, if a council member wishes to make a motion to change the budget, they can do so at any time during the budget hearing. However, a motion must get a second to be recorded by my staff and the city clerk to be on the motion list. As provided in previous hearings, formal submission of the motion via email would greatly help us to make sure we're capturing the specific verbiage that's being created per the motion. So I highly ask that we could do that. And the goal for us is to then publish the motion and direction list the same day of these hearings. So as soon as you can provide us that email, we'll get that incorporated so we can then hopefully distribute it ASAP at the end of the day. Okay. Also, council members can make a request for information at the dais. Again, I'm asking if we can get that in writing as well via email so we can make sure we're getting the verbiage as accurately as possible. And then also, we will distribute, again, motions and directions at the end of the day. And then with that, council motions are scheduled to be voted on Wednesday, June 14th. After the list of motions are voted on and approved, the budget office will then go back and then cost out the motions that have been approved. One thing I want to point out, though, is, as observed in prior years, if the approved costing creates a deficit in the general fund, then council's budget subcommittee with the administration will then need to meet, work through a budget worksheet, reconciliation, so then we can then realign the general fund budget back in balance, and then a follow-up motion will be needed to then be approved so we can then balance the budget and then allow my staff and I then to create the enabling documents of the balanced budget, and that will be voted on Thursday, June 22nd. And then finally, on Thursday, June 29th, it is reserved, if needed, for a final budget vote. And then the last item, it's a housekeeping item, and that is to note, we begin is to formally report per the Transparency Act, the listings of elected officials and employee earnings, consultant disclosure, and benchmark city data are on the city's website under the Personnel Departments section. So with that, now I'm going to move over to the general fund overview. So the flow of this overview is I'm going to start off with budgeted revenue specifically for the general fund. We'll cover the main categories. We'll also go into each category in a little more in-depth discussion. Once we go through the revenues, then we'll look at and share the general fund expenditures by department. So let me see here. Okay, so slide 2, it's an illustration of our FY24 proposed budgeted, again, general fund revenues, totaling $481.7 million. And as you can see on this pie chart, the largest contributor to our general fund revenues is our property tax at 174.1 million, or 36.1% of our various revenue categories. The second major category then is our sales tax, which is 153.6 million, or roughly 32% of our total revenue sources. I'm going to move to the next slide, which will give us a little historical trend. And again, it's the same categories. Starts off with prior year carryover, and then below that, you're going to see then what we call our ongoing revenue sources, starting with sales tax, property tax, then business license, revenue, room tax, so on and so forth. Historically, we have been growing. As you can see, from 22 to 21, overall, we grew almost 13.5%. And then from 22 to 23, we look to grow by 5.4%. And then from 23 estimate to 24 proposed, we're actually dipping, reduced or declining by 3.1%. And I'll explain that decline in a second here, because I'd like to then move on and then start discussing the individual revenue categories. Oh, if I may point out too, if you look at the sales tax line, you'll see that the annual change is 1.9% growth. What you have to keep in mind is in the sales tax category, we have economic incentives that we are also budgeting for payouts. So if you exclude the economic incentives, the sales tax is actually growing at 2.5%. But once we incorporate those payments, then it brings it down to 1.9. This next slide actually is a further breakdown of all other revenue. And you'll see that it's encompassing our franchise fees. We have what's called intergovernmental. Along with that is intra-governmental, along with cannabis, Prop 172, real estate transfer tax, card room. And so the goal was to look at where we're headed through FY23, based on those trends, carry that over into 24. Now, if you look at cannabis, you'll see how it's from 1,168,900 in FY23, while it's now growing to 5,381,400. The growth behind that is our estimates are based on 2 facilities. However, in 24, we're projecting that it'll go from 2 to 11. So that's what's driving that revenue growth. You'll also see card room. I wanted to point that one out as well, is we're anticipating to land at just over $1 million in FY23. And again, that is based on what's actually come in the door with just a little bit time left to complete the year. We should be just about breaking $1 million. And having said that, I'm using that same trend and carrying that over into 24. So I think we're in a good spot to hit that $1 million mark. And then in all other, it's just a compilation of various activities that, for example, within that $1.7 million, we have what's called a portfolio fee. And what that is, that's worth $500,000 of that 1.7 million. And that is, we have a treasury unit that oversees the city's cash. And so, in essence, for their services, they're receiving $500,000 of the interest generated. Okay. And along with that, we've got some other minor categories. Like, for example, there's about $300,000 for blight removal, another $200,000 for fencing of properties, and along with that, there's probably another couple $100,000 for at the regional. It's the parks facility, and I'm trying to bear with me, council. It's their sports center. Thank you. There is metering for a solid waste adjacent facility. So Parks actually pays that metering cost on behalf of DPU, but DPU provides them a reimbursement through this revenue. So with all of that, I mean, again, it's 1.7 million, and in comparison to the total city revenue, it's under 1%. So while it's 100 million still, relatively it's somewhat small compared to the bigger categories. Now this next slide is the sales tax. And what I wanted to show is some historical trend of the, if you will, you'll see primarily a growth starting from 2015 to the budgeted of 2024. But I also wanted to show how, with actuals, what the relative budget was for each given fiscal year. So you can kind of have a comparison of what did we budget and how did we end up the fiscal year. And for the most part, we pretty much were either just above or at. As you move forward in time, you'll see then in FY23, we are utilizing Muni Services guidance. However, we're also seeking to bump it up just a little more. We're trying to access as much sales tax as we believe we can receive. Muni has us, provides us multiple scenarios, and they allow us to say, here we think this is somewhat most likely, here is what we think is optimistic, and we're kind of just above the most likely, but we're not at the optimistic. So we're really trying to access as much sales tax in our projections. And with that, just a little background, in their analysis, they do provide us some statistics like, of our sales tax, we have 31 business segments, which nearly account for 61% of the total sales tax. And then within that, you'll see the breakdown by major business category. Retail is almost 27%. Department stores, restaurants are about 10%. And then new auto sales will bring in about 8%, followed up by building materials at 6%. The 24 projection, though, does reflect what we anticipate a further slowing in growth. We're still growing, but not growing as fast as we have observed in the prior years. And again, that has a correlation to the current environment of the inflationary impacts to our consumer spending, along with the growth in our borrowing costs in the environment. So we're trying to keep that in mind as we're building a 24 sales tax projection. Just one moment, Council President.
Good morning. Thank you, TJ. This is Ruthie, and I wanted to just make sure to provide a little bit more context regarding the current year sales tax estimates, the estimates for FY23. Remind the council that we did have a longer discussion about this during the mid-year budget, and noted that we are pulling back for the current year estimates off of what Muni Services had originally projected for the year in their most likely scenario. We're mainly going on and continue to go on the receipts that we have actually collected at this time, and that's the main reason that for the guidance to be under that blue line that you see there for the current year. In addition, we are then utilizing that as our base for growth for next year. So it is different from the Muni Services report. It's a little more optimistic than what they are recommending at this time, but it's such a wide swing from year over the past several years in particular, that we thought it would be better to go with what we know and base next year's projection on what we've actually received, even though it's a little higher, about 1.5 million higher than what they're recommending at this time for the current year. Additionally, for next year, they did not recommend 2.5% growth. They recommended something less, almost 1%, I believe, 0.8%. And rather than take that, again, down, again, a wild, not wild, but a more significant swing, we are smoothing out the 5-year projection. And so in the budget book, under the general fund summary, you can see that we do have 5-year projections, and that 5th year of the sales tax number is the Muni Services most likely scenario. And so just getting from the current year, or the budget year, pardon me, to that point is more of a smoothed out line rather than to have more significant changes year over year from here to there. So hopefully that's helpful and gives you a little bit of an idea of how we didn't take exactly what they said verbatim, but instead used a little bit more of an analysis and other things into consideration as we were making those projections. Thank you.
Council, I'm going to move to the next slide, and that is similar to sales tax, it's now property tax, showing you, again, some historical trend going back from 2015 to the 2024 proposed budget. And again, if you look at the visual here, you're seeing how we are growing. We're growing year to year. With that, in 24, we are projecting a 4.2% growth over the 23 estimate. The 23 estimate it was built based on the latest assessed values that was published in July of 22 from the assessor's office. So again, assessor's office established our 23 estimate. From there, we built then a 4.2% in 24. What this slide represents is the business tax and room tax. But what I wanted to show here is the relationship of these two revenue categories in comparison to the sales tax, because there is this natural correlation that takes place. And the movement of sales tax, pretty much you can then see this same movement with these two categories. So there is growth within those two. And again, we want to peg it to how we believe sales tax will move going forward. It just seems like it's measuring pretty well historically. We want to apply it in the future. And this slide is just a table to show a little bit of the history and the relationship, again, of business tax and room tax in relation to sales tax. The one thing I do want to point out with the room tax is in FY24, we did program an additional $1 million, and that is in correlation to the recent transit occupation tax, and it was amended per the code section 7-602. Now I'm moving from revenues to now department appropriations, specifically for the FY24 proposed budget. In total, you'll see then it adds up to $457.3 million. Through this visual, you'll see that public safety is our primary use of the source, and then further broken down by the various departments. In line with the pie chart, this next table then shows by department and then some historical actuals where we estimate the departments to land and then what we're budgeting again in 24. Overall, there's a growth of about 2.4%. The appropriations, they do include that we fully funded, if you will, we accounted for any MOUs. So we built those in the budget accordingly by the bargain units / departments. One thing also I want to point out, Council, is under general city purpose, you'll see how that number is actually a negative number. The reason for that is we also accounted for our attrition rate. Historically, it's been running between 10 and 13. We built an attrition rate in the budget at 10%. So with that, that equated to about a 32.1 million attrition savings. Reason being, that's why the general city purpose then shows that negative 20.6. Council, that concludes the general fund overview presentation. I will stop there, and if there's any questions.
I appreciate it. Thank you for the presentation. We do have some folks queued up at this time, starting with Councilmember Carbasi.
All right, first up, thank you so much. First off, I want to thank the mayor. I know you gave us a little bit of an earlier budget this year. This made a big difference, and I do. It's a double-edged sword, but I tell you what, as a member of the budget committee, I do appreciate that. And thank you to staff. You guys have been working this a long time. So here we go. Okay, couple questions. So I'm always concerned and nervous about revenue. That's just the way I was raised, growing up in a small business. Some months you don't have money and you got to save. Now, thankfully, we have good reserves. But talking about our sales tax revenue, can you tell me a little bit more about how we arrived at that number? Because I just want to make sure we're on target. I worry coming back and mid-year saying, oh, we weren't. I know you touched on that, Ruthie, a moment ago. We're not quite there, and we have to go back and account for that. Because what I'm reading is more people are moving towards services now, which aren't taxed. So how confident are we in our numbers when it comes to that? You said it was only about $1 million off than the more conservative muni estimate?
Yes. Oh, I don't know why I'm not able to get this to work. Can you hear me now? No? Oh, it takes a second. It's up. Okay, there we go. Thank you. Get used to this technology. So yes, so the more conservative projection for the current year would be about 1.5 million off of the gross amount. But again, that incorporates future losses or amounts in the future that are actually less than what we believe that we will collect. So as every month goes by, we get a little closer to the estimate and feel even more confident that we'll get to that number for FY23.
And we constantly track that to make sure we're on target.
Every month.
Okay. Will that be something maybe quarterly that we share with the budget committee? I don't know if that's been done before, but that might be helpful because we can just be aware of what's to come.
Sure, we can make it a standing item to go over the quarterly projections when we get that analysis.
Okay, that helps a lot. The other item is property tax. So if you can go back to slide 6. So we are pretty much always on target, which I like doing things this way. You know, you estimate a bit conservatively, but then you know, actuals exceed expectations, but that didn't happen in 22. And I'm just wondering, how confident are we in our numbers so that, like, what happened in 22 versus where we're at now with the 24 estimate?
I'm actually going to answer that.
Yes, please.
In 22, what happened was we had gotten feedback from council that we were underestimating property tax.
Okay.
And so we dialed it up, and it didn't come through.
Okay.
Now, we didn't necessarily say, we think, you know, council, you don't know what you're talking about. We just said, you know, we rely on what the assessor's office gives us for information, and sometimes there's a lag in that information, but that was something that the council felt that we could take on a little bit more risk with turning that up. So we did, and it did not come to fruition.
If I recall, we had a conversation about the assessor specifically, and okay, gotcha. Okay. Next question. And I'm a conscientious objector on this subject, but Councilmember Maxwell left. Cannabis. So we estimated a very large amount. I think it was in 23, 5.31. Of course, we understand what happened, and now we're at 1.16 for this year. But we're going back to that higher number. So how confident are we these other locations are going to open, the revenue will come in? I just don't want to have to deal with another hole later.
Jennifer Rees, please come to the podium.
Good morning, Jennifer Rees, Deputy City Manager. What we did for FY24 is we are confident that some additional sites are going to open, but the sites that are less responsive or have identified issues, we didn't anticipate those to open in FY '24. So I would say it's a conservative estimate, but there are still a lot of variables with these sites opening, so.
Do you have a number? I just want to make sure we don't have a repeat, because sometimes things are beyond our control. The
Right.
economy's changed, interest rates have changed, financing has changed for these companies.
Yes.
Jennifer, the money, the 5.38 that we're estimating, what we do know is we have actual numbers for the two that are open. And they are performing very well.
Right.
So Jennifer, are you able to distinguish how much of that 5.381 million is representative of new sites coming online? Like, is it 2/3, 1/3?
I anticipated 9 additional sites coming open in FY '24, but not all at once. It was staggered at different times throughout the year.
So based on what we're seeing thus far in actuals, can you give a percentage estimate of how much of the 5.381 million is representative of the two sites that are open right now? Do you
Or just
understand
come
what I'm
back with-
saying? Like, is half of 5.381 coming from the two sites that are open?
I would say it would be less than half.
Okay, but a good chunk of that.
A good chunk,
A good
yes.
chunk of
It's a
that is from the
conservative
two sites that are open right now, and then the rest is coming from the new ones that we anticipate to come on.
Yes.
But certainly the 5.381 is not estimating that we're going to have all the sites coming on board. I know that Jennifer has given Trey memos as to like where each one is in the system. As you know, we also modified the rules to put time constraints on them where there were a lack of time constraints. So she watches them very, very closely to make sure that they're staying on track. So I think as best as we can estimate, I think given that this is a new business that we're in,
Sure.
I think we feel pretty good about the number.
Okay, I just want to be really careful, and this along with property tax is another thing I'd like, maybe on a quarterly basis, just for the budget committee to look at, just on a numbers level, to make sure we're on target, because again, I always worry about mid-year coming forward. It's hard to balance a large budget like this. So I just don't want to overstate, but we also can't afford to understate, so it's that balance. So those are basically my questions, that's all I have right now. Thank you for everyone for your time.
Thank you, council member. Up next is Council Vice President Perea.
Thank you, Council President. I just want to piggyback off of my colleagues' questions in regards to cannabis. So does this projection include any anticipated manufacturers, distribution centers coming online, or is this just solely limited to retail dispensaries?
One second. It's definitely primarily retail. It does anticipate 2 micro businesses coming online. The tax rate for micro businesses is less than retail, so that would be a small portion of it.
Okay. So we're assuming that bringing more dispensaries and micro businesses online will increase demand for cannabis, or is it safe to say that maybe the demand we see today is going to be the same demand as tomorrow or 3 months from now? It's just the pie is going to be split into smaller pieces to be shared amongst more dispensaries?
I think that's really an unknown. Certainly, when there's more sites open, they will take some of the market share from the existing sites. However, having retail sites closer to different areas of the city may encourage people that want to purchase that product to go that route rather than, for example, ordering online from licensed facilities that are outside of Fresno. The retail storefronts in Fresno can also do delivery, but I know that at least one of them has a radius that does not cover the entire city. So once more sites are open, that will make it more available as well.
Okay. Did we use, so these were the same assumptions we used when we originally projected, the 5 million back a number of last year?
No, we dialed way back, didn't we, Jennifer? I mean, I think 23 budget, we it was much more of a moving target. I think we really tried to be more precise and going and looking where every single permit was in the process and gauging, okay, they're under construction right now, so we can anticipate that they'll be open in 3 months. So therefore, we'll have 2 quarters of, we went through each individual business that has a preliminary approval and did our best to time when they would be coming online and generating revenue. I don't know that we were as precise last year, and I think because we came in so far under, we said we need to take a more precise look at that. Is that accurate, Jennifer?
I would just add to that for FY23, the majority of the sites were still working on their conditional use permit. Now they have all achieved that, except for one, which is very close. So after the conditional use permits were achieved is when the city manager issued the new timelines, and that has been helpful. There's definitely an effort to stick to those, and if they're not going to meet those deadlines, there's active communication about needing, a small extension here and there. So I think that's been a big help as well.
Okay. And I think I may have missed it, but how many dispensaries did you project would be open during this fiscal year, 24?
That was with 9 additional opening in FY24 throughout the year. So there's some that may be only open a year or 2. I have projected dates for each.
Okay. Thank you, Jennifer. Appreciate
You're
it.
welcome.
Brianna, can we go to slide 8? Oh.
Are we having technical difficulties, clerk? All right, folks, we're going to take a couple minutes as we work to get the internet back up.
It's not looking so good for the IT department today. Motion to get a refund from the IT department.
All right, we got it back up and running. Yeah, okay. Thank you, City Clerk.
Comcast, if you're listening, come on.
Okay, Henry, a couple questions for you. I'm looking at room tax. It looks like we're projecting for this fiscal year an increase of about 1.3 million in growth, with about 1 million dedicated to, is that for short-term rental fees that we're expecting to generate?
Correct. It was based on that approval of, and I refer to the amended municipal code, section 7-602.
So then, in that case, it looks like we're only expecting about 300,000 for the remainder of the room tax citywide.
Correct.
Okay. Is that normal? Is that about normal, that amount?
Again, I look at his actuals that we've received, in this case in FY23, see where we're going to land, and I try to mirror that so that I'm not being overly aggressive, but I'm trying to find that spot where I feel it's achievable, but I'm not overcommitting that revenue category.
Councilmember, can I have him elaborate on that? Henry, of the 8.7% growth, which percent is attributed to just the natural growth and not having to do with the short-term rental? Do you know that?
No, but
Can we get, oh, you need a calculator? Okay. I think that might help answer the question.
So if you'll bear with me.
Yeah.
So, Council Member Perea, what I did is I said if 16.2 million includes $1 million, I remove the $1 million, and it brings it down to 15.2. Compare that to the estimate, then the growth rate is 2%.
Okay, so that 300,000 equates to about a 2% growth,
Correct.
and that trends what we've
Correct.
seen historically?
Yes.
Okay. And then in order to capture this 1 million from short-term rentals, the goal is to bring on a company to come and help us track that, or do we have that ability to do that internally?
I believe that, Ruthie, you can help me, but I believe the code change allows Airbnb, once we can get them to the agreement, to automatically bill the renters, so the money comes directly to us. Is that correct? That is correct. Oh, Santino, thank you, Santino.
Yeah, good morning. It's actually twofold. It's that to try and work in with Airbnb and other platforms, frankly, to allow them to collect that on the front end and reimburse the city, and also implement working with a consultant to work towards compliance of those that are not currently being collected, even through that process. But that should cover the lion's share, we hope.
Okay, so that'll include Airbnb, VRBO, every other company?
Well, you're talking about the compliance platform would look at any listing through any platform, Craigslist, really anything.
Okay.
Right now, we're only aware that Airbnb does the voluntary collection agreements, but we are trying to have conversations with the other platforms like VRBO and such.
Okay. Yeah, I had my staff do a little bit of digging, and it looked like there was anywhere from 600 to 800 short-term rentals in our city that are currently flying under the radar.
That's
and
what
I think
we
when we
understand.
estimated, we were leaving about $600,000 to $700,000 on the table of not collecting these fees.
Right.
And so we are moving forward with hiring, you said, a sub-consultant to help us with
Yeah,
compliancy?
it's basically like a technology platform that helps illuminate for us those that are not currently compliant, and then we would work to send notice and collection notice for them to remit the TOT that for the listings and the amounts that we know that they've booked.
Okay, and then what's the timeline in which you hope this all happens?
We're actually, we have a proposed agreement with the attorney's office right now, so we're hoping to get that platform up and running in the next 4 to 6 weeks, I would say.
Okay.
And Airbnb, we actually just had another conversation last week and should have a follow-up message from them this week about next steps towards bringing the voluntary tax collection agreement.
Okay, you said 4 to 6 weeks?
For the platform, and then really, I'm not sure of Airbnb's timeline, but I can assure you we're pushing on them to get that implemented as quickly as possible. I would hope that could be 4 to 6 weeks, but just being candid, we've been in conversation with them on this since December, and so even that has taken longer than we would have hoped, but we continue to press towards getting an agreement established.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Council President.
Next up, we have Councilmember Arias.
Thank you, Council President. I do want to welcome former Mayor Ashley Swearingen to the House. I think she's here on another item. Welcome, former Mayor and current Mayor Jerry Dyer. Welcome back. I missed your text messages this weekend. I do have some questions on specifically the reserve. What's our current policy for the reserve level?
Councilmember Arias, per the City's Reserve Management Act, it designates 10%.
And how much is currently proposed for the reserve?
10%.
What part of the budget is considered the threshold for the reserve? Is it just the general fund?
Yes.
So there's no calculation of ARPA funds?
Yeah.
No.
Yes, Henry, we
Well,
need to
I'm
correct.
sorry.
It's ongoing. So we need to distinguish. We don't include one-time funds that are in the general fund as part of the reserve calculation. Is that correct, Ruthie?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's why I'm saying it's just the general fund that's calculated to determine what the reserve is.
Ongoing general fund revenue.
So if we made for the general public, what revenue sources are we considering as we interpret what the reserve fund should be? Are we utilizing sales tax, property tax? Those are ongoing. Are we considering ARPA funds if they're going to be here for 2 or 3 years? What exactly are we taking into account, and what is the threshold that's being used to determine the 10% being met or not?
Well, let me start with the threshold. That 10% is measured against the general fund appropriations.
So what amount is that currently, as in the proposed budget?
One second.
Sure.
So the general fund appropriations in '24 is $457.3 million.
And you're proposing a reserve fund of what amount?
45.7 million.
45.7 million. What was the actual expenditures last year of the general fund?
Bear with me.
Sure.
Councilmember Arias, do you mean the estimated expenditures for FY23 or the actual budget for FY23?
The actual
or
expenditures for FY23.
We don't have the actual expenditures yet because FY23 is currently still in process. So do you mean the estimated?
Yes.
Thank you.
Is that what you
I just
have?
wanted to be clear. Yes. Go ahead.
The estimate is actually, it was on slide 10, and it totaled 446,600,000 roughly.
Got it. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Where would, on cannabis, just to go back on cannabis, the ordinance called for 10% of the cannabis revenue to be set aside for community benefit. Where does that money lie in the budget?
We do have a designated fund that receives what you're describing as that benefit.
How much is in that fund?
Give me 1 second.
Sure. And while you're getting that information, I know you guys indicated that you're using actuals for sales tax, right, in your proposal? But when it comes to cannabis, you're utilizing projections. Can we get a copy or information on how much actual cannabis revenue we have received to date?
Yes.
Let me make a note of that.
Thank you. And why didn't we use actuals when it came to cannabis revenue, but we used that for sales tax?
Well, we did use, we did a very similar methodology. We looked at actual cannabis revenue of what we're receiving, and then we looked at which businesses we are projecting to be open in '24 and calculated for how long we think they're going to be in operation in '24 and how much revenue they will generate. The reason why it's different is because we don't have all of the cannabis businesses open yet, so it's part actual, part projection.
Yeah. Now, if I recall, 2 years ago when we adopted a budget, and you guys can correct me if I'm wrong, but we're told that when we adopt a budget, we also adopt 5-year projections, right? That we're looking at 5 years out whenever we adopt a budget.
If I may, what council adopts is, in my mind, the budget, which is appropriations. What spending authority do the departments have for that one specific year? We do provide you a 5-year projection, but those outer years, they're not officially, if you will, as an adopted amount.
Yes. Yeah, and I believe we use those 5 years also when we're considering labor agreements. Can we afford the out years of whatever contracts we agreed to, right?
You are correct, Councilmember. It's a tool for us to measure the cash flow, if you will.
Yeah. My recollection is that when we adopted the cannabis work, we anticipate $10 million annually from 21 license holders. I'm now hearing that the projection is somewhere in the $5 million mark, still based on not full actuals, but projections of folks coming online. Where did we cut $5 million worth of expenditure since that didn't come to fruition?
So
I don't think there was ever 10 million. I just went back and looked at the proposed budget and the adopted budget for 2023, and they were both 5.3 million, which is very similar to the number that's included in this.
2022.
Oh, in 2022?
Yeah.
Okay, well, I can go back and look there as well.
Well, so you're asking 2 years,
initial-
from 2 budgets ago?
The initial projections 2 years ago were that we generate $10 million of cannabis revenue a year.
So basically, I'm guessing what happened is expenditures came in lower, and it absorbed the reduction in revenue. Just like with any revenue expenditure, if your revenues come in lower, and then your expenditures come in lower, it's sort of a wash. You're asking us to go back 2 years, but with anything, it could be a project. You have this much budgeted. If you don't spend all that money, then that goes to offset some other increase or loss.
I guess what I'm trying to get more concrete on is all these cannabis numbers have been wrong since day one. The projections have been off. The amount of companies opening when they're supposed to open have been off. But we keep on being asked to adopt budgets that assumes that revenue coming in. When it doesn't come in, I'm assuming sales tax and property tax take the place of that anticipated revenue. So what did we trade off, since that revenue didn't come in? I mean,
So, Councilmember, you're going back 2 budgets ago, and I think I just answered that, but I want to go back to your point that we keep putting things out. This was a brand-new program that had never been done in the city. So there was an amount budgeted of what the expected revenue for something that's never been done before. You are correct, the revenue didn't come in. It took longer to get the program off the ground, so there was an adjustment made. This year, there was a further adjustment made because we didn't realize that the companies, once they got preliminary approvals, were going to take a long time to get open. So we went back and got even more conservative because of the council had expressed concern about the revenue not coming through. So once again, we're standing up a brand new program that the city has no history in, and we're doing our best, and the previous administration did the best to expect what the revenues would be. I think looking at what happened last year, we now have 2 in operations where we know, at least we know we're going to get revenue from the 2. We went dispensary by dispensary to look at a timeline. This one's going to be open for 1 quarter. This one's going to be open for 2 quarters. It is a work in process for something that the city's never done. So, doing the best we can. As with anything, when revenues don't come in, then either expenditures are reduced or it gets absorbed within the total budget.
If I may, let me, from a historical perspective, since I was during that first budget, we had done some research with other cannabis businesses, and it was a guess, as the city manager said. We anticipated that they were going to come in 20 businesses, $500,000 each per year. If they were fully operational for that 12 months, it would be at $10 million in revenue. However, there's another caveat to that. That means that the illicit market goes down. And the only way the illicit market goes down is if there is a competitive price point between what the cannabis industry does and what the black market does. And there has to be enforcement of that illicit market. Quite frankly, that hasn't happened to the degree it needs to because we don't have the cannabis industry fully operational in our city yet. Once that does occur, I'd anticipate that there's going to be, like in most cities, an increased level of enforcement of the illicit market to drive those people back into locally. And that is on a statewide level as well. And so that's the reason. But based on these projections, we felt comfortable based on the 2 existing with actual revenues, as well as the ones that we projected to come online over a period of the next 12 months, that we felt comfortable with about just over $5 million in revenue. Might that be adjusted? It could if, as you said, some of these things are outside of our control.
Well,
Yeah,
and also,
Mayor,
council member, just to clarify a misstatement, the proposed revenue for fiscal year '22 was nowhere close to $1 million. It was 4.3 million.
Yes.
So I'm not sure where the 10 million came from.
we can go back to the presentations when we proposed and approved the 21 licenses, because originally it wasn't 21. It was $7 million of annual revenue. The staff came back, previous administration, a lot of people still here, said, hey, we can get 10 million if we approve additional licenses. So we gave the green light. And back to your projections are based on when you anticipate businesses opening. As you know, in the city, businesses always are delayed in opening, from inspections to permits to whatnot. So based on the history, I anticipate that those projections are not going to come true, even though we have gone through what they've suggested a fine, comb to assess when they anticipate. But what I'm cautious about, Mayor, is I'm already starting to hear from the industry that we should be putting public safety resources to enforce the black market. Mm-hmm. However, all the revenue that was suggested was supposed to come in has not come in.
Yeah.
So now we're going to have to steal from Peter in neighborhood patrols to go enforce the illicit market, because the revenue from the cannabis industry never came to fruition. So before we do that, I want to be clear about how much revenue has actually come in from cannabis. And do we know that now, how much revenue has come in today?
We do, but let me just, on the enforcement side, there's an acceptance from the community. What level of acceptance of enforcement will they have when you only have 2 dispensaries open? Versus if you had accessibility throughout this city, there's going to be a greater acceptance of widespread enforcement throughout our jurisdictions. And we found that to be true in other jurisdictions as well. So it is a balance, but I think we're heading in the right track, and this is a fair estimate. And I'll let Jennifer answer the revenue or Henry.
The only thing that I would add to that is that the main difference for the budget versus actuals in the last few years has been the timeline of when these businesses open up. Because it's a new industry, we had to rely on estimates that the businesses provide in terms of revenue. But as I mentioned before, I think the new established timelines are helping. I have seen an active effort on the behalf of the applicants to meet those timelines. And I do believe that this estimate is conservative, given that we did not include the businesses that have either proposed to change locations, have identified challenging issues with their building, or have been slow to respond in the past.
So how much revenue have we received to date from cannabis?
I don't have that number
But we
with
are,
me today.
I'm looking at the '23 estimate, Jennifer, and we're saying that we're expecting 1.168 million, and that is not a full year. So that is theoretically
That sounds
2.
correct,
That's
yes.
2 open for not a full year. Actual is what we're expecting.
So actual to date, how much revenue have we received from cannabis?
We can get that to you.
Yeah.
If you can get that for me, and I know we're still, we're in year 5, and we're still trying to figure out how to estimate these things correctly. But, year 5 of the ordinance being passed, right? It's like year 5 of Measure P being passed. It's been a while that people have been expecting these things to be fully operational, and they're just not fully operational yet. So I'd like to see how much actual revenue has come in. And I also want to caution the city with funding enforcement prior to actually receiving revenue from cannabis that supports such enforcement. Because we have a finite amount of officers, and I'm not going to be okay with taking, bike officers or patrol officers to be able to, enforce a black market when the businesses haven't done their part to actually open and provide a market. I do want to note that, is it correct that you're still anticipating your estimates include $500,000 from each operation? Is that still the general estimate?
No, there's different amounts for each based on the projections that the businesses provided. So there's different locations, different size of businesses. So it's not a flat 500 for each.
Okay. Thank you, Jennifer. On the card room, I remember when we discussed the applicant asking for a lot more tables, he suggested that he was going to generate up to $2 million in revenue by the city approving all those tables for him. But I see here that you're estimating only $1 million for 23 and about $1 million for 24. What are the actuals for the card room to date?
Actuals are real close to that million. We got one more month to record, and I believe when that June month, it'll get us right at the million.
Do we know why his projections of $2 million have not come to fruition? I mean, the market's pretty strong, the economy.
Again, I'm looking at what I know today, and based what I'm seeing, I'm then utilizing, again, that as my basis and applying a 2%.
Has anybody in the city asked him how come his revenue is 50% of what he projected?
Not that I'm aware of.
No? How is it done?
I'm not sure that he's 100% open, but we can check.
Hasn't it been 2 years since we had that debate over approving these additional tables?
I don't think it's been 2 years. Was it been 2 years,
shorter?
Tyler?
It's been 2 years?
Okay, we'll have to go back and check.
All right, and then last question on this conversation of general fund. Director, where would the Bitwise of the world revenues be reflected on the city budget? There's been a lot of conversations around Bitwise didn't pay their taxes. Where, in what category would we reflect that kind of revenue coming into the city?
So business tax, which is a percentage of gross receipts. And then depending on which affiliate of business, anything they're selling that would be subject to sales tax.
So in this breakdown of general fund, it wouldn't be in the category of business license?
So a very small portion would be in the business tax. Yes, the business license, sorry.
Yeah.
That should actually be business tax. We don't do license. Yes, so a very, very small portion would be business tax.
And where would the rest be reflected?
So you're asking a question that we're going to have to guess at because only certain things are subject to sales tax. And given that Bitwise provides services which are not subject to sales tax versus a product which is, we would get that, whatever, if they're selling products, we'd get that through the sales tax. But I don't know, I don't believe that they are listed in one of our top sales tax generators that are identified in our Muni Services report.
Okay. Can we get a memo on where all their revenue has been reflected in the past years and where it's reflected in the proposed budget? I'd like to understand whether the current situation with Bitwise is going to require us to adjust our city budget. What is the magnitude of the revenue that they were generating to the city's coffers?
We'll do our best.
Yeah. And then, Director, who's responsible for enforcing that businesses pay their taxes?
That's the Finance Department Business Tax Division.
We have a division for that?
It's part of the Finance Department.
Okay. Do we know yet why we missed Bitwise?
Well, we didn't miss them. We sent them 3 delinquent notices, and they did make a submission in January, and I can't get into a level of specificity in...
I'm more worried about process. Like, how does it work typically?
Business tax is done on a quarterly basis. If you don't pay your business tax, you get a delinquency notice. You get another delinquency notice, you get another delinquency notice. Where I think we could do better is looking at the...
City Manager, if you could slow down for me. So do we provide 3 delinquency notices before specific action, or do we just continue to have... Are we doing this like, when you overwater, you just get a notice, but you never get an actual fine?
So I don't know the specific answer to that question, and I can ask that because I didn't ask that question, but what I do know is we specifically were not being aggressive on any delinquencies in the city during COVID. So whether it be utility bills, whether it be business tax, we were not being as aggressive as we have in the past. So I'll get the exact process for you as far as how many delinquency notices, but I do know that during COVID, we were not going after, collections as aggressively as we have in pre-COVID times.
That's fair. And my last question on general fund budget, if I read your presentation correctly, the general fund proposed budget doesn't include actual property taxes from this last April payment, right? I know you guys are using actuals for the sales tax revenue, but when it came to property taxes, you're using projections versus the actuals?
No, we are also looking at, we're watching the actuals, but again, when we created the estimate, we utilized the assessed value as our means to determine where do we believe we're going to end the year.
Right.
It's based on assessed value, not collections.
Understood, but it's assessed value from July of 2022. Are you including the most current assessed values of April of 23, in which everybody already paid their property taxes and the new assessed value has been established?
No.
Go ahead, Ruthie.
Assessed value is only done once a year. So it's done in the summer, right as the new fiscal year starts, and then we'll get collections, actual collections in December, and then some in April as well, and I think that's what you're referring to.
Yes.
But there's not a new assessed value that's published with the April payments.
Correct. So your assessed value is established once a year by the assessor.
That's
But
right.
you pay your property taxes twice a year.
That's right.
So does your proposed budget include the payments received by the assessor as of April of this year?
They, no, they include the actual, well, what we do is we budget what we know the change in assessed value is going to be based on the information we get from across the street, and then we double check that in December, that first payment that we're getting is reasonable and in line with the new increased assessment or sometimes decreased assessed value, and it was. And so then we know that the projection for the remainder of the year is reasonable.
Yeah, I understand that, but what I'm asking is you used actual revenues for sales tax. Why didn't you use actual revenues for property tax, including the April payments that the assessor has already received?
We did use the actual revenue that we received in December to affirm that the growth was reasonable and basically was accurate and was almost spot on. We did not, when the new, then we provide the estimated budget, and then we're looking at any changes that might come through in the last minute. If there's a significant difference, we need to do something about it. If it's in line with what we thought, we don't need to do something about it. And the collections we got in April were in line with what we believed would happen based on those changes in assessed value. So because it's just twice a year, there's really no need to go in and throw the baby out with the bathwater and start afresh. What we're doing is we're checking for reasonableness based on the estimate projections.
And what's confusing for me as a member is we've always used projections both for sales tax and property tax. And this year, you guys have chosen to use actuals for sale, but projections for property tax. So I'm trying to assess is, are they on target? Not that I don't believe you guys, are indicating they're not off basis, but I'd like to see what the actual payments received from the property assessor were in April as compared to a year ago. That would be helpful.
That's great, and thank you for the clarity, and we'll do that. I just might say that the overall theory on sales tax is very similar.
Yeah.
We're looking at a projection and then checking to see what actually happened and if it was materially different, and if it is, then we made a change. And that's what happened with sales taxes, that they have been different, and so we're adjusting normally.
Yeah, we were having this discussion earlier with our budget analysts that, this year and like last year, the stimulus money's out, the rent assistance money's out, credit card debt payments are now due, and so we're going to expect folks to have less disposable income in future months around sales tax. But I'm curious to see what it does to property taxes. That's one place that people don't miss a payment because the consequences are not a late fee. They're typically a loss of property. So it would be helpful to see those actuals. Thank you, Director, for the information.
Thank you.
All right, to my council colleagues, what I'm going to do at this time, since I got to leave shortly, is we're going to put a pin in this. We'll pick it up here in a second. We're going to transition into our special meeting momentarily, okay?
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We will be taking more council member comments and questions when we resume general fund discussion. I'm going to pick up on special meeting item A. This is a hearing to adopt resolution ordinance to annex territory and levy special tax regarding City of Fresno CFD number 9, northeast and southeast corners of East Tulare and North Clovis in District 5. Councilmember Chavez, would you like to make any comment on this as it's in your district?
No comments, President. Do we have to take public comment?
Before we make a motion, we got to go out to the public.
Let's do that, and I'll make a motion.
Does anybody in the chambers wish to speak on special meeting section A, hearing for CFD? Seeing nobody in the chambers, do we have anybody queued up on Zoom, City Clerk?
No, we do not.
Seeing nobody, I'll entertain a motion at this time.
All right, I'll make a motion to approve.
Motion to approve by Chavez and a second by VP Perea. Any discussion? Any opposition? Item passes 7-0. Okay. That'll bring us to our second and last special meeting item. This is a resolution in support of California Governor Gavin Newsom's $250 million recommendation to fund downtown Fresno infrastructure projects. This was sponsored by Vice President Perea and Council Member Esparza. I'll let the sponsors take the floor at this time.
Thank you, Council Vice President. I'll keep my comment short. This is just simply a resolution to show that this council stands in solidarity to support this $250 million. We kept the resolution just pretty general, pretty light. I know when it comes down to actually being awarded the money, there will be a bigger process when it comes to what exactly we will be expending the dollars on. But until then, I just wanted to thank my council colleagues for their support on this item, and just to thank those individuals, including the mayor and city manager, Councilmember Arias, who have taken leadership on this item. And looking forward to passing this today, and looking more forward to actually getting the dollars in support of our downtown. Thank you.
Councilmember Esparza, before we go to the public, do you have any words that you want to say on this, or do you want to wait?
Yeah, sure. And I'll echo my council colleague, the Vice President, had to say. The resolution is very, very simple. We want to communicate to our state leaders that we are supportive of the $250 million proposed in the governor's budget for the continued revitalization of downtown. I'll be a little less diplomatic than she was, though, and I won't mince my words when I say that this resolution is a direct response to a letter that I have here. It's a letter from a coalition of local organizations that purports to represent the interests of our city. The letter outlines a list of different requests to have various strings attached to these dollars. And to narrow the city's options to determine what really is the most optimal allocation for achieving our economic development goals in downtown. The letter was sent last week to the governor, the Speaker of the Assembly, Senate Pro Tem, and the chairs of both the Assembly and Senate budget committees. So the message here today, again, is very simple, that this council, the collective city leadership, unequivocally support the governor's straightforward and original proposal for the dollars. There should be zero confusion about the city's position on these dollars, and really what is a once in a generation opportunity to transform our downtown. So I'm hoping my colleagues will recognize we're in a critical sort of juncture where the legislature will soon pass their budget, and I think it's critical that we put our foot down and demonstrate our support, wholehearted support for the proposal that'll benefit our city.
Councilmember Carbasi.
I just want to thank my colleagues, the Vice President Perea and Member Esparza, for bringing this item forward in light of the letter. It's been a really interesting last 10 days in the news for downtown. I personally believe there's a lot more to downtown than one employer. The Bitwise implosion has been tough for a lot of folks in our community, but downtown has had serious investment for a long time, and it's not going to stop here. That $250 million is not a small amount of money. It's $250 million. And when you're talking about developing or redeveloping existing neighborhoods, infrastructure is expensive, and this can really go a long way to help us to make those investments with our state dollars to really create that catalyst for more growth in downtown. I applaud you. I think it's important we send a unified front on the record here in public to Sacramento so that they can make sure we get our dollars back here in Fresno and reinvest it in a very special part of our community. Thank you.
Councilmember Chavez, did you want to speak on this item?
Yeah, just really briefly, Council President, I want to thank my colleagues for bringing this resolution forward. I know oftentimes it's tough and very difficult to secure and leverage resources from the state of California, and it's important that we do speak with one voice with regards to, you know, these funds that are being expended. And I just want to remind, and for the benefit of the public, that the downtown of our city has had probably one of the most robust community outreach plans that I've seen since I've been in the building for the last decade. I remember when the conversation started with Mayor Swearingen here, a number of, I think they were called charrettes at the time, but that was, you know, 10, 12 years ago. So it's important to note, and I hope we codified that the downtown plan has had a very robust community outreach engagement and continual conversation, and it's important that Sacramento knows that that's exactly what the community wants, that's exactly what the city of Fresno wants, and it's exactly what the residents of Fresno want for their downtown. So appreciate that work. Thank you, Council President.
Councilmember Arias.
Thank you, Council President. You know, there's, whenever you're engaging a historic investment for any region or a project that's beyond our tenure on this body, it always gets the most difficult towards the tail end of trying to bring closure to that. But for a long time, downtown Fresno has been designated as a location to build thousands of new high-density housing units and the center for the high-speed rail and transit-oriented development. And the biggest obstacle for us to achieve that goal is infrastructure. Infrastructure that's increasingly failing. I mean, when you build a brand new baseball stadium and then you have the whole main line break and bust, it's not just an embarrassment, it's a reflection of aging infrastructure. The fact is we have two local funding sources to be able to address that infrastructure. One is ratepayers. Everyone who's on fixed incomes has their rates increase to pay for the aging infrastructure because downtown serves the whole city. This building, the municipal yard, or water infrastructure, it all goes through downtown. The second option is the general fund, which means that every penny that we spend on public safety and parks and city services and paving streets would have to take a cut to be able to put this kind of infusion. So it is in our interest as a city to try and get statewide and federal help for the infusion of resources. I don't want to be dismissive, though, of the concerns that have been expressed thus far around, you know, how much are we committing to build downtown in an affordable way. We're not intending, and nor should we, to gentrify downtown or the neighborhoods around Chinatown. We have to be intentional in building affordability into downtown. Also, how much of the resources are going to actual infrastructure and to green space development and to streetscapes that benefit everyone. And I want to reassure the folks who thus far have expressed concerns and opposition that this governing body will set those guidelines if we receive the money. But the goal now is to actually get the money. And then we can work through some of the concerns and the need for clarity around affordability, around infrastructure and green space. But it is our goal to ensure that a revitalized downtown benefits everyone equally and equitably. And lastly, it's my hope that, and my intention to continue to push an agenda that reconnects downtown to Chinatown. There is no benefit for downtown to be built in isolation of Chinatown. We must reconnect those two communities, and we can only do that if the infrastructure actually connects those two communities, and if the investment is equitable in those two communities. So it's my hope that over the next week, we will, with the help of Assembly Member Dr. Rambula and Senator Caballero, bring this to the final line and that we're successful in this endeavor. But we have to also recognize that this work isn't done without competing interests and competing perspectives. But as I told folks, You know, everybody looks to the city and asks, how did the city lose UC Merced? How did the city lose Valley Children's to Madera? And if you go back, there were some private interests that put their interests above the greater good. And in my view, this process has not included those private interests. It's about public interest for the greater good. And we still have some work to do, and we will get that work done, but we first must be successful in receiving the funding. So we have a week left on top of everything else in a $1 billion budget and, you know, Bitwise and helping their employees. We can chew gum and walk at the same time, and our city needs us to do it. So I'll be happy to be supportive of this work and continue to try and guide us into a place where the mayor and I don't agree on much these days, except for downtown is one of those things that we both agree on. So we'll keep on going down that path and make sure that we do this the right way. Thank you all.
I also wanted to thank the co-sponsors of this item, Council Vice President Perea, Councilmember Esparza. It feels like at least once a month, if not twice a month, we hear pretty vocally from our local advocacy groups. I think they do a pretty good job of making their needs and desires known to the members of the council, whether that's through public comment, whether that's through one-on-one meetings, which I've always been happy to take with whatever advocacy group might reach out. We might not always see eye to eye, but I do try to take as many of those meetings as possible. And I really think they've made their demands clear, at least since the time I've been on council. They want more green space in Southwest Fresno. They want better infrastructure. They want better infrastructure specifically for transportation and for cleaner water. And they want a cleaner environment. I think those are all pretty reasonable requests. And so I was really happy to see that Governor Newsom awarded $250 million, $250 million to address those specific needs. And so I thought it was a little concerning when I received this letter from some of the advocacy groups saying, number one, hey, you didn't meet with us, and so we don't know if we want these dollars, even though I think we're all very clear on the message that has been received to this body. We understand very well what the needs and desires of the South Fresno community are, and I think we're on the same page. And number two, that perhaps this isn't perfect, and so we should reject it. I don't like having perfection be the enemy of progress in our city. I don't want us to shoot ourselves in the foot because maybe this isn't perfect. But I think the message has been received loud and clear. I want to thank the governor again for these dollars. I want to thank the mayor for his willingness to work with the governor's administration to help secure and implement these dollars. And I could say a lot of these advocacy groups don't always do a lot of work in my district. They don't speak necessarily for my constituents. I could tell you my constituents want to enjoy a vibrant downtown that these dollars would help secure. And so I'm all in for this $250 million. Is it everything I would have liked to have seen in the language? Of course not. In this line of work, you rarely ever see everything that you want in a proposed bill or expenditure, but this is pretty darn close to perfect. Doesn't address every need, but it addresses a lot of them. And so, again, I want to commend my two colleagues as well as the mayor for securing this. I'm not going to let anything jeopardize these dollars. We could continue to have conversations going forward to secure even more dollars to address even more of our needs. But this is a heck of a good start. And so I want to invite the mayor up at this time. I know that he's been working really close with the governor's administration to get us this far and wants to help roll it out. And so allow you a few minutes to speak on this item, Mayor.
Thank you, Council President, and thank you, Council Vice President Perea, Council Member Esparza for bringing forth this resolution, and really for all the council for supporting this item. It will be the largest single investment that we will have made downtown, and it is also the largest influx of dollars from the state of California to the city with a direct allocation. So it is important to us, and it is unfortunate that perhaps another organizations have voiced their opposition or their concerns. Gladly take their concerns and listen, but the opposition is unneeded. I also want to say thank you to the Central Valley Community Foundation under the leadership of former Mayor Swearingen. We have been working hand in hand at all levels to make this happen and make it a reality, as well as our local elected officials. We've been working closely with them As of Friday night, I was on the exchanging text messages with the governor, on the phone with Dr. Arambula, on the phone with or exchanging texts with a number of folks at the legislative level to make sure this thing does not unravel. And so we have over 70 letters of support that were sent in, that were coordinated by the foundation, the Downtown Partnership, and Kelly Furtado. And so we are going in a good direction. And it is important that we stay unified. This resolution will be very meaningful, very powerful, as we send that message to the state that we are united. And I think it's important to remember that this originally started as infrastructure dollars. Not always sexy, things that go below the ground, although parking structures above the ground are, but we also know that we do not have the ability right now with the infrastructure downtown to support 10,000 units and beyond, and we're zoned for up to 75,000. So, and it's not exclusive to downtown, it includes Chinatown, and I think that in order for us to have a vibrant downtown, both downtown and Chinatown have to grow together. We cannot build one at the expense of the other. So that is being taken into consideration for it. The parking structures that we need, not only for housing, but also for the future of high-speed rail downtown, the infrastructure to support housing, the green space, the storm drain basin, all of those are extremely important to us downtown if we're going to realize the dream and the vision of having a vibrant downtown. Thank you.
Council President, can I make a motion to approve this item, please?
Second.
I have a motion and second to approve the item. We're going to go ahead and go out to the public at this time. I have a few folks in the audience. I'm going to call up former Mayor Ashley Swearingen to kick it off.
Good morning, everyone. I did not wear my council-going meeting clothes today, so my apologies, but it's okay because this is such an important item. Thank you, Council President, for members Perea and Esparza for bringing this today and just taking a moment to reflect on the bigness of what's before us. I am keenly aware that our quest for a vibrant urban core did not start with my administration. It started before me. It goes on after me. Mayor Dyer's administration. Mayor Dyer has been a tremendous supporter of this effort. And that's what rebuilding a city takes. It takes consistent leadership, administration after administration, council after council. It takes 40 years worth of work. I think we may be at a tipping point, and if these dollars are in fact secured and 9,000 housing units get built in our downtown core, I think it will be fair to say at that point we'll have crested the hill. And there'll be the opportunity for momentum that will continue for generations to come. You know, when I consider the concerns that have been expressed about this item, I would echo much of what has already been said and just say, like this is not just about downtown, but there is no path forward for rebuilding neighborhoods that have been left behind for 60, 70, 80 years. There is no path forward but that our city center is vibrant and starts to create the revenue and the momentum that can in fact lift the entire area. More than 2/3 of Fresno City neighborhoods are at or below poverty levels. Like, it is the most difficult hole to climb out of. You have to start in the middle and equitably lift. At the Community Foundation, we're committed to of Fresno and a Central Valley where there are no barriers. There's just opportunity for all the people who live here. We don't think this $250 million is it for us. We're actually calling for $4 billion worth of investment in all of Fresno and the Central San Joaquin Valley. We think Measure C is a huge opportunity. That's why we pressed pause on it. We said, you know what? We support pressing pause, going back in and looking at all of the neighborhoods that are being left behind. So that's another major funding source we need to keep our eyes on. Thank you for your leadership. Thank you, Councilmember Arias, for being right in there and fighting for these dollars. Dr. Arambula and our Valley delegation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor. Next in the chambers, we have Artie Padilla.
Good morning. Artie Padilla, Director of the Drive Initiative with CVCF. I'm just going to reiterate what my CEO just shared. Drive is focused on 14 different initiatives. Downtown revitalization is one of them. So we are wanting to link up with what you all are doing in downtown revitalization. We do see Chinatown and downtown as one place. We also see the other place-based work of our corridors, Blackstone, Ventura, Kings Canyon. We are also wanting to do some improvements in Southwest Fresno. Civic infrastructure is all about neighborhoods. I will take it upon myself to reach out to the advocates. They are my friends, actually, and I want them to know that we are focused in neighborhoods. We are looking for dollars in neighborhoods. You know, we're working on a grant right now with the Chan Zuckerberg Initiative to help us research what can it take for us to get about $188 million so we can support some of our homeowners with some housing improvements in our neighborhoods. So as my CEO actually just shared, we're not stopping with this money. We're going to continually be looking for money for our corridors, for our neighborhoods, for housing, for downtown, Chinatown, transportation. We want to work alongside the mayor's office and all this work. So thank you for supporting this. We're right there with you.
Thank you very much, Artie. Lastly, in the chambers, we have Jordan Sanchez. Good morning, Jordan.
Thank you, Council President, and thank you, council members. My name is Jordan Sanchez. I'm the chair of the Downtown Fresno Foundation and also a board member on the Lowell CDC. We strongly support this infrastructure grant that is so desperately needed for downtown with all of the stakeholders. I'm also a homeowner in downtown Fresno, choosing to raise my 2 young children down here, and this will just support generations to come, a once of a lifetime kind of investment, and we just thank you all for your support and really hope that we can pass this resolution unanimously and show the state that we are all in Fresno in support of this funding. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jordan. See no one else in chambers. City Clerk, do we have anyone on Zoom?
Yes, we have Ivanka Saunders.
Good morning, Ivanka. You have 3 minutes.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Ivanka Saunders with Leadership Council for Justice and Accountability. While the resolution states that this plan will allow for affordable housing along with economic growth in the downtown area, this infrastructure plan must have specific language written into it to actually protect affordable housing and prevent economical and racial gentrification of citizens that currently call downtown area home. We expect language to include a considerable percent of all new and substantially rehabilitated dwelling units developed in the downtown core and high-speed rail area must be available at affordable housing costs to and occupied by persons and families of all levels, extremely low, very low, low, and moderate incomes to reflect the needs and opportunities of Fresno. In fact, what we propose for affordable housing for very low income residents tracks with the identified needs in the adopted analysis of the regional housing needs for the city of Fresno. A significant of transportation percentage needs to also be included for transportation related projects and programs, must provide a direct, meaningful, and assured benefit to low-income households and residents of disadvantaged communities. It's critical that all Fresno residents have access to opportunities of a blooming downtown core. The city of Fresno must ensure that this disadvantage in existing neighborhoods within city limits and its sphere of influence have adequate water and wastewater and storm drainage infrastructure prior to initiating new water systems and wastewater and drainage systems in the downtown core or the high-speed rail area. Both state and federal programs are available and should be required to provide for funding these projects. The city of Fresno needs to demonstrate continual community engagement and leadership in all phases of this project and program development, from project identification through implementation. Funding should not be used to construct parking structures that just serve high-speed rail, but rather that also include and inclusive of serving necessary parking needs of the housing folks in downtown. We continue to look forward to conversations with you to work through the detailed language of this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Ivanka. Next, we have Lisa Flores.
Oh, guys, hi. Good morning. I want to echo my concern as a Tower resident who goes into downtown at least, once a week now that COVID's gone. That money is never going to be about downtown and the businesses and such. Let's just all be very realistic about this. It's about funding the infrastructure around high-speed rail and how downtown Fresno is now going to become commuter housing for a workforce that will be leaving daily and not living here but sleeping here, to regions outside of Central California, outside of our region. Because our housing is going to be way cheaper than San Francisco. So let's be realistic about that. You know, I really don't like to be lied to. And high-speed rail, yeah. What Fresno doesn't need downtown is another parking structure. And Fresno's already shown that you really don't have a good grasp about the homeless. So as you change things up in downtown and say you're going to do affordable housing, you know, you're going to lose people. They're going to become homeless. You don't have an infrastructure to help people. Right now, you're scrambling around for the whole Bitwise thing and talking about how you can help those employees. Yet at that mobile home park, you have less than 20 people that are about to become homeless and you can't help them. Seems like some people's values on council is a little skewed. You know, I just look at it this way. Ashley Swearingen and her group didn't get all the money for the TCC role, what she wanted to do downtown. Now she's coming back at a second bite of the apple with Jerry and Doc. And Doc may have a conflict of interest since his daddy's on the board. But anyway, I just don't, you guys, this makes me, I don't feel like it's a great thing. I believe that downtown needs to be revitalized, but at the cost of what to the people that actually live here, work here, and don't leave the region. At what is the cost? By providing all this infrastructure, what you're also doing is you're increasing land values to some major campaign contributors. I'll just say it that way. And it doesn't, it's not a good fit. It doesn't look right. And I think you should listen to what's really in that letter. And can you answer their questions? How are you going to deal with the amount of people that are going to be homeless from this? That's my question. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Lisa.
Thank you, Lisa. Next, we have Officer Administrator.
Good evening, council members. Eric Payne, Executive Director of the Central Valley Urban Institute. We stand in strong support of this allocation to downtown Fresno. We want to thank Council President and his colleagues, and specifically Councilmember Arias, for working so hard with community partners to acquire these funds, and the mayoral administration for centering the needs of downtown Fresno residents. We would just ask that as you center these funds, that community ownership be a priority, that you have accountability and transparency, that social responsible development practices are centered, and that you work with the Facts Department to center transportation and connectivity. And then also that direct services and alternatives to eviction are put in place as a safety net for the micro business owners who have sustained downtown for over 40 years that are still in existence and that they're not priced out. We also request dignified housing and that council and this administration can center legacy considerations to the history that downtown has become with so many Black, Brown, and API relationships. And we thank you for all that you're doing, and we stand in strong support of this item. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric. Next, we have Brandy.
Thank you. I do want to echo the last, some of the needs regarding avoiding displacement that were brought up in the last two, because we know that with good things that, you know, if we do not look at all the how, we could have a lot of unintended consequences. And so I want to ask that in looking at this and the investment and the potential benefits, but also concerns that the city council bring back the Here to Stay report, because that was designed for things like this, where when we are working on revitalization, that we are addressing concerns regarding displacement. It does not need to be re-researched or whatnot. It was a very, very thoroughly researched and considered and community source document that addressed things like legacy housing and other concerns that were brought up in the last two comments. There was 73 recommendations, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, but there is I'm not sure about the number there, but all of these are meant to address issues that may arise with regarding displacement, to protect our community, to ensure that people aren't harmed. I do ask that there be considerations for how we can be able to continue to better serve those who are unhoused, but also for prevention of those homelessness prevention, and ensure that everyone has opportunity to thrive in these things. So please bring back in, as this investment is being made, please bring back for action the Here to Stay report, and to review it. I can resend it to you. This is absolutely vital. And the other recommendations that were brought up regarding the last two, I ask that you consider. Thank you.
Thank you, Brandy. Council President, that is all the public comment.
Okay, I did see one more walk into the chambers. Is Julian Ramos here? Hello. Good morning. You have 3
Good morning,
minutes.
Council. Julian Ramos. I serve as the Client Services Manager at the Fresno County Economic Development Corporation, located here in downtown Fresno. And here proudly to support the City of Fresno's public infrastructure plan for $250 million. For over a decade, Fresno EDC has been in strong support of the California high-speed rail, and especially for the impact it'll have on our economy. We are proud of our downtown home to be the nation's first high-speed rail station. But for projects like high-speed rail to realize its full potential, it must be accompanied by investments in infrastructure, which has an outsized role on economic development and our ability to recruit development and new jobs to the region. We think this is a game changer for a disinvested part of the region that is truly investment worthy, and we're proud to join the city in support of this important decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Julian. Seeing no other comments online or in the chambers, I have a motion to approve by Council Vice President Prey and a second from Council Member Esparza. Is there any opposition? Seeing none, this item passes unanimously. Thank you, everybody. We'll now go back to our general funds overview hearing. We're still taking council members' comments and questions. I'm going to have Council Vice President Perea tap in for me at this time.
All right, so Councilmember Chavez, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Vice President. A couple of questions that were asked, and as Henry makes his way up to the dais, were already asked by my colleagues. But I did want to, just for the benefit of the public, and I want to thank our city manager and our finance director, Ruthie Quinto. I met with them last week. They did share with me that information, and that was actually helpful. I think it was Thursday of last week. And before I ask my questions, I do want to thank our city staff for the work that goes into putting these thick binders. Having a collection of those in my office, I know that it's not easy work, and I just wanted to say that we appreciate the work that you guys do and your team. Our new controller, Santino, welcome to this side of the building. But with that, Ruthie, Ms. Quinto, when we met, we discussed the trends of the sales and use tax that were there. There was one, I believe it was one miscalculation or mistake that the mayor referenced when he presented his budget. Was it specifically to Measure P, or was it sales tax information?
It was both. It was the Measure P sales tax information. Yes.
And I mean, we went through that, but what was the amount reduction that was attributed to that mishap?
Henry, do you know that off the top of your head?
I do. So when we built the Measure P sales tax piece for the '23 budget, it was brand new for the most part. So we were utilizing the Bradley Burns as a basis. However, the Bradley Burns 1% tax, it includes sales tax that's captured like from the county pool, and there's a little smaller portion from the state pool. Those two components should not have been included when we calculated the Measure P.
And what was that amount, Henry? Do you remember?
Approximately about $8 million.
$8 million that was the stake. Okay, I did get a couple of questions. I just wanted to make sure that I was clear on that. And then with regards to the property tax projections that we have, is it 4.6 or is it 4.25 that we are projecting for our property tax? Because I have, for some reason, I have those two figures.
The property tax before any economic incentives is 4.25.
That's what we're factoring in for our projections.
Correct.
We're doing. And then I believe one of my colleagues asked that information. I know you're going to provide that. Are you going to provide that information to all of the council with regards to the property tax? Because I did want to hone in on that. How current is the data that we're receiving and utilizing to project what our calculations are going to be? My third question, directly related to our overall general fund, is there's a reference in here saying we are going to fund 90% of positions due to the historical attrition trends that we have. What have we funded in the past?
So Henry, you can step in here on the details, but generally, we've never just taken it off the top. We've done it at each department level. Given where we were in this year's budget, with revenues being a little below, we know that we have a historical vacancy rate, anywhere from, it could 8 to 15, 10 to 12. And we went ahead and looked, and given the vacancies that we have, we took the 10% and just put it right there out front, off the top, instead of having to dig through it at the department level. Henry, I don't know if you want to.
That is correct. We looked at it at a top level and said, based on the overall employee services, we then looked at the vacancies for the last 3 years, and it's averaging about 10%, and that's why we came up with the 10% vacancy rate, applied it to the employee services, then came up with the 32 million savings.
So what have we been doing in previous years if it wasn't that standard or that criteria?
It was below the 10% per se, but this year we ramped it up based on historical trends.
Okay, and I'm going to send this via email so that we all have that, but I would like a list of what positions we budgeted for last year that were not filled this year, and if we could have those by department, I think that would be helpful for council to see what departments are struggling to find personnel, what departments are meeting their expectations. We just had our police chief came and talked about the successes he's had with recruitment of our officers. But if we could get a list of the departments, what we budgeted last year, what was actually filled, and then obviously that would be part of the conversation. Next question is the estimates for our infrastructure projects have been coming in quite a bit higher than what we originally allocated for. What I'm trying to gauge and what would be helpful to know is, are they coming in, and it has varied, having gone through my own infrastructure projects that Scott Mosier and his team have been working through. Is it 10%? Is it 20%? What has been the average of over cost, so to speak, that the projects have come in recently?
Scott, I don't know if you're able to answer that question now. Okay, good. Thank you.
Good morning, Council. Scott Mosier, Public Works Director. So the amount of overage really depends upon the nature of the work and how specialized the field is. So something like, for example, traffic signal work, we've seen that pre-pandemic $500,000 projects to now $1 million projects. That's about double. If it's something where there's much more capable, ready workforce, say, for example, repaving projects, those have been more consistent and have come in more about 10%, 15% over. And again, that's a lot of just material price increases. And we've, fortunately, at least on the public works side, we've been able to deal with that through things like SB1 revenues and able to apply it with grant matches. But
So for
really
the projects
depends.
that are in, and that's helpful, Scott. So for the projects that are in this budget, have you already factored in that percentage increase that we've seen trend over the last couple of years?
Yes, we have.
And then what was that number that we used, since it's kind of all over the...
Really, the engineers' estimates have been adjusted based upon the nature of the work. So for example, staff has looked at things that are, say, electrical, traffic signal related. Those have gone up, and we factored that in already. But with other work, for example, I'll use the Van Ness Weldon Pocket Park project. For the actual on-site park work, we came in under the estimate because that's a lot more grading, landscaping, and we've done well. We've been right on for that. So staff has looked at each project individually, and those are factored in.
And what has been the trend for these projects coming in a little bit higher than the bid estimates for repaving of neighborhoods?
Repaving of neighborhoods has been about, on the contractor side, about 10 to 15% over the initial. Just again, a lot of that is based upon workforce availability. We're hearing contractors say they're having to bid this, in some cases, based upon overtime work for staff, meaning they're swamped. Capacity is full, but they still will go after the job but plan on it on overtime. For in-house performed work, we're still tracking right on with how we'd estimated the work.
Yep. All right, those are the questions I had with regards to, and I'm going to send these via email to our team so they have, send them to Henry, copy.
Yeah, that'd be Henry and the clerk.
Thank you, Vice President.
All right, so I see no more folks punched up to speak. So Director, thank you. You want to?
I'll keep mine very, very short.
Councilmember Esparza.
Thank you. Very, very short. Read through and I appreciated the early presentation of the budget, so I think I minimized some of the questions here today. But I did want to ask, does this budget account for the outgoing revenue towards the Enhanced Infrastructure Financing District?
What did you, I didn't hear you. Could you repeat that?
Yeah, so does this budget account for outgoing revenue towards the Enhanced Infrastructure Financing District?
Oh, thank you.
In terms of the tax increment financing mechanism that we have around Blackstone and downtown?
I don't think so. I don't think we planned any projects to be funded with that revenue.
Well, not funded, but is it accounted for in a separate account?
It is not at this time.
It's what?
Like you said, the projects, we have not built any
But where is
appropriations.
the EIFD revenue booked? Is it separated out? Santino, are you here? I believe it's in a separate, it has to be in a separate,
Yeah, if I could I'll just make it a direction.
Yes.
Could you, yes, and then we'll follow up and get you a.
Yeah, outline for council, just sort of, because we baked in the baseline property year in September 2020. That was when we passed and formally formed it. So we're almost at 3 years now. And if we could just have a memo, I know you guys have been working with the consultants to kind of make sure it's all steady. So just the memo on sort of the last several fiscal years and this current and again proposed fiscal year, how much revenue has been accumulated thus far.
Will do.
Thank you.
Councilmember Arias.
Thank you. Director, can you walk me through the $8 or $10 million error that was referenced, the accounting?
On the Measure P?
Yeah, in the mayor's budget presentation, he indicated 10 million. I'm hearing 8 million. What
I'm going off the
exactly?
top of my head, but
Yeah.
the calculation, again, in the sales tax for the general fund, that's referred to as the Bradley Burns 1%. There's two components in there, and that is the sales tax that comes through the county pool. Another piece is from the state pool. Those two components were included when the Measure P calculation was was generated, those two components should not have been in there. By removing that, then it reduced correctly what the Measure P sales tax should be.
So how much, it reduced it between 8 and 10 million?
Correct.
We'll get you the exact number.
Yeah, that's fine. My questions are more process related. So we adopted a budget previously with the projection. The projection didn't come in. As city manager has indicated in the past, whenever projections don't come in, expenditures go down. What are we anticipated to cut since the $10 million didn't come in that we projected?
Well, in line with that, the department established a budget that really what they believe they could spend. So in essence, they didn't incorporate that additional sales tax that we knew that wasn't correct.
So we never
So they naturally
appropriated
adjusted it, correct.
so we don't have to
So, yes.
reduce it.
Correct.
Can you give us this is a request for information. How much money is in the coffers of Measure P to date? Has the city received?
Year to date?
Year to date, and give it to me in two categories: the set aside for the cultural arts plan, and then the set aside the 88% for the rest of it. And year to date, how much total? I just need to know raw numbers. Are we sitting on 100 million in Measure P? Are we sitting on 40 million total revenue since the measure was passed?
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, colleagues, any last minute questions? Seeing none, thank you, Director. We're going to move on to the presentation for General Services Department.
President, I just want to call out that half your budget committee's not here, so they better be working overtime.
We have a majority, so Director, the floor is yours.
Okay. Good morning, Council Vice President and Council members. I am Brian Barr, Director of General Services, and I will be presenting GSD's budget. General Services Department is responsible for supporting the city's core services. This includes facility management, fleet management, procurement, and other administrative functions. We maintain approximately 2,600 vehicles and equipment, 280 property locations, and approve more than 250 contracts a year, totaling more than $440 million in purchases. The department is comprised of 3 divisions: fleet management, purchasing, and facilities management. The Fleet Management Division is responsible for public safety and municipal fleet maintenance, fleet acquisitions, and the new trolley service. The Purchasing Division oversees citywide procurement and manages the DBE programs. The Facility Management Division is responsible for facility repairs, preventative maintenance, and replacement of end-of-life fixtures and equipment. They are supported by a central administrative division which handles all accounting, personnel, and lease management functions. Generally, we achieve success when our customers are able to perform their core public service functions. Internally, we have several key accomplishments that keep the department moving. To touch upon a few of them, for the current fiscal year, we have centralized our administrative functions across the 3 divisions. We are standing up citywide lease administration. We filled all vacancies approved in the FY22 PAR amendment and FY23 budget, which decreased our response time from facility management. We have fought through supply chain challenges to maintain the fleet while teaching a group of interns valuable skills from Duncan Polytech. Lastly, we've worked hard to streamline our purchasing policies and conducted public outreach sessions, increasing opportunities for local businesses. General Services is an internal service fund provider. Like all ISFs, our expenses are recovered from services provided to our customers. However, the Purchasing Division is supported by the general fund, which is offset by charges to capital improvement projects for procurement services. Our FY24 budget totals nearly $89 million, which is an increase of $14 million over FY23 and amended budget. As a reminder, General Services was reestablished this current fiscal year. In addition to our usual $500,000 contingency for fleet, a $500,000 contingency was added for facility repairs. You may recall, Council recently approved the use of fleet's contingency to pay for fuel expenses. In regards to personnel and budgeted positions, there are no new positions being added by the department. What you see on this slide is the consolidation and shifting around of people into the centralized admin division. So we took from fleet, facilities, and purchasing and built an admin division. And this also reconciles the positions added in FY23. So again, no new positions being added in the department. Here are the top 5 most impactful budget expansions. First one, the MSC Electrical Infrastructure and Rehab Project focuses on the replacement of electrical infrastructure supporting core services in the Municipal Service Center. The existing systems are no longer repairable and do not meet current safety standards. The equipment is 50 years old and, quite frankly, belongs in a museum. The project replaces all high-voltage equipment and adds emergency backup power to core services, such as the police department's existing 911 backup center, citywide communications, including public safety and backup 911 communications, both LNG and gasoline fuel stations, and the traffic operations center. More importantly, 6 months ago, the MSC lost power in the middle of the night. The existing infrastructure failed to operate and perform. For several hours, the city lost network communications, including public safety, and network equipment was lost. The total project is $12 million. We already have $4 million in funding collected from departments prior to the pandemic. An additional $7.7 million in ARPA funds are included in our budget for this project. Number 2, we have included an additional $1.2 million to pay for rising fuel costs. Fuel prices are expected to remain high through FY24. Number 3, we have included an additional $1.2 million to pay for the rising cost of materials and equipment for building maintenance and contractual security increases at City Hall. 4, we have included $1.8 million for a complete replacement of the fire alarm system at the MSC. Similar to the electrical infrastructure, this equipment is 50 years old and no longer repairable. The new system will replace equipment in more than a dozen buildings on the MSC campus, ensuring employees are protected from smoke, fire, natural gas, and other hazards. The $1.8 million includes $1.2 million for the fire alarm system itself and $624,000 for the accompanying electrical infrastructure. These funds are collected from the departments operating at the MSC. Lastly, at 5, we have included an additional $600,000 to pay for the rising cost of automotive parts, which have increased 22% on average since 2020 and 12% in the last year alone. We have several new programs for FY24, and the first 2 I've already discussed with the MSC generator and fire alarm projects. For item 3, we will be starting trolley service later this summer. The service will be free to ride and operate Thursday, Friday, and Saturday from 4:30 p.m. to 2:30 a.m. Charter service will be available generally on non-public service days for a fee. The service will connect Campus Point with downtown, Tower District, and Fresno City College, running on 60-minute intervals. We are out to bid right now for an operator. In the coming weeks, we will issue an RFP for advertising and naming rights of the trolleys with the goal of partially offsetting the cost of the service. Number 4, we have included $200,000 to fund perimeter security enhancements at the MSC. This will pay for a shovel-ready design project to eventually partner with FACTS for grant opportunities to pay for the construction in future years. Lastly, at 5, we've included $150,000 from the general fund for security services to protect and curb vandalism of public art in downtown. A roving private security guard will provide service from dusk to dawn, 7 days a week. Okay, Council Vice President, that concludes my presentation, and I'm available for questions.
Thank you very much, Director. Councilmember Arias.
Thank you. Director, I think you did a really good job of outlining your budget request, but I think we weren't crystal clear that your budget includes rating the housing budget by $8 million to do electrical updates on city facilities. Why aren't we borrowing to pay for that upgrade since it serves all city departments? And why are we taking $8 million from housing in the middle of a housing crisis?
So where we are proposing to take that from is not the $40 million pot of housing. Where we are proposing to take that from is this is internal, we call it sort of, it was from the original ARPA allocation that was made, frankly, when Tommy was still here. There was an initial 13 million that was being used as sort of a revolving loan fund and field shop that we use that money to purchase a motel, and then when we get the home key fund, we replenish that. That is the pot that we are proposing to use it from, because it's a critical need and we didn't have any general fund available.
So it's coming from housing funds?
It's coming from housing funds, but not the $40 million.
Can we get a full counting of what was appropriated for housing, or what was appropriated under ARPA for the last 2 years and what's being proposed to be funded by ARPA in this proposed budget?
You've already requested that, and we're in the process of providing that.
And this project is a surprise to me. I've been here 5 years. I've never heard about, your need for such a significant project. So why now? Why is this barely coming now and not a long-term project that was brought to our attention before?
A great question. This project stretches back before my time at General Services, I want to say to FY 18 or 19, actually, when design was started and funding was collected as part of the MSC Repair and Replacement Project Fund. So it would have been in the budget at that time. Pandemic hit, things were basically put on a halt, reprioritized. The Facilities Management Division responded to the pandemic and getting the facilities all safe and ready, as well as working from home. We actually went out to bid for this project this last fall, and the prices came in much higher than expected. So we have $4 million in the bank for this project, again collected in FY 19-ish, but the bids came in at a 11 point something million dollars, which is really necessitating the request today.
And a big chunk of this is generators, and as you know, during the pandemic, generators became a very hot commodity. And the supply chain, just like we've seen with traffic signal equipment and other things, when supply is down, cost goes up. And we were pretty shocked and surprised by the increase in cost when this bid came back. And we, we were looking at all sorts of ways of trying to reduce that cost. So the need has been on the table. The increase in cost is what was new.
Yeah, but for me, city manager, whenever we're looking at such a big ticket item, like the animal shelter, we have a full presentation, a full description, scope of work, a full discussion on such a huge project. You're proposing essentially a $11 million project with a bullet point in the city budget. That's not going to be sufficient for me. I need to know more, and I need to also understand why we're not looking at other funding mechanisms to, get that work done. And also how it intersects or doesn't intersect with the new 911 dispatch center. I don't want to go through and make this multi-million-dollar investment and then have it be antiquated when the new center opens up. So I don't be surprised if I make a motion not to fund the project until we get a full vetting of what the project is and what the need for that project is. It's a pretty big ticket item.
And Councilmember, I will say that back in 2018-ish, there was a lot of discussion, so much so that FACTS actually went forward with its part of the project that Brian led for us, including the fire alarm replacement system, some security upgrades, and also new electrical on our side of the fence. So it was one of those things that one side, the facts continue to move down the pathway. But I do want to say that when we had that very critical failure this last go around, and we couldn't put it back together again, that's really what has necessitated this issue. And had there been more money at mid-year, we probably would have talked about it at mid-year, but there was nothing there. Brian, I think one of the things that council member is looking for is, can you explain a little bit about how much infrastructure we're talking about, what, switch gears and electrical conduit, all that kind of stuff that you're looking to replace, and maybe what happened on the fact side of the fence when you went through that?
And Director, I do need that information, just not at this moment. I don't want to make an $11 million decision off the cuff. And I do recognize our facilities are old. I was just probably 6 months ago at Fax referencing how old those buildings are. I think they're some of the oldest buildings we have in the inventory. My question is not the need for it. My question is, we have yet to have a full vetting for such a large, cost of project. And secondly, why aren't we paying for this in some other mechanism? Why aren't we bonding for it? In my view, this is a cost of a fire station. And why are we not finding a different mechanism than housing funds? And secondly, in your budget, you note a reduction of $6 million due to a one-time fleet acquisition. Can you explain that a little more?
Yeah, let's see here. Do you have a page that's referenced on so I can follow
B97, it indicates that the fleet replacement division is at 18 million, and there'll be a decrease of 4.4 million compared to 23.
Yeah, so that's reflective of what we're actually buying this year in terms of new vehicles. So we're actually buying less equipment this year than last year.
A reduction of $6 million?
Yes, which is really, it's probably refuse trucks and a bunch of other things. We have a very low volume of acquisitions this year due to budget constraints.
Are you proposing any purchase of vehicles for the police department this fiscal year?
We
proposal?
do. That would be under the police department's budget. I can give you.
It doesn't all end up in your guys' budget eventually?
It does, the expense, and we collect the revenue from the police department, but they're responsible for submitting it and getting it approved through their budget process. We just cost it and actually execute the purchase.
When you note here $200,000 increase for new acquisition of vehicles for client departments, who is that?
1 second.
Sure. It's on B97. I know there's a $1.5 million increase in lease purchase.
Yeah, so the lease purchase is the vehicles that are approved in the budget this year. That's the additional money that is needed to pay for them in this current fiscal year. The $200,000 is, again, vehicles that are approved in a different account for, actually, the $200,000 is the upfit cost for many of the vehicles that we get approved. We need that cash. That can't be lease financed.
When you say upfit, what does that mean for the general public?
So, great question, Councilmember. When I say upfit, I frequently get lost in the slang of what we do, and that's okay, right? I feel comfortable talking shop with you. So look at a police car. When we buy a police car, we buy the car, and then we got to add the light bar and the bumper and the radio. Those items are upfit.
Okay. So, does your proposed budget, when you say approved purchases in the budget, is that from the current budget, or is that assuming the proposed budget is approved as submitted by departments?
The approved budget.
The approved budget? So it doesn't assume that we're going to add whatever Fax is asking for new buses or...
All of the departments, when they submit their budget, they bring what we call Form 11s, which is a request to budget and city managers to say, hey, I want to buy this truck, this bus. It's vetted, approved through the administration. Once it's approved through the administration, the appropriations are then given to us, and that's what you see here.
So, council member, and we'd have to run the report. So I would, we'd have to confirm, but I'm guessing most of the lease purchase is from previous budget years. It's just the annual payment. But I don't want to rule out that there's not maybe one payment or a partial year payment for a new. So if there was could be code enforcement or something like that, where there was an approval to buy a new truck, it might reflect 1 year payment.
Yeah. And then that's what I'm trying to ascertain.
Council
is-
President, we've lost quorum.
Who's that, Chavez?
Thank you, City Attorney. So we are frozen right now. Okay. Well, I would like to finish. All right, let's resume.
Okay. City Manager, I just want to reaffirm what you said for the lease payments. That includes items that were approved for lease payment in '23 with new lease payments in '24, as well as anything that is approved this year, half a lease payment.
So
Likely.
I think what the council member is asking for, and he'll email this to us, is of this, how many are for past year approval purchases and how many are for new purchases that are part of the '24 budget? We'll just have to provide
Yes.
a memo on that, please.
By department. In essence, I would like to get an idea of who's shopping for new vehicles, because that's going to give us an idea of what's, what our liabilities are going to be.
We can get that.
And then, Director, we had a debate that got a little interesting last meeting with myself and the city manager, which I think we both make each other way better. But of your vehicles that you're being proposing, can you give us a list of which ones are going to be EV vehicles? Because they all eventually go through your shop, right?
They do all go through my shop.
And if you don't have to do it now, but if you can give us a memo with the percentages of all new purchases, which ones are EV?
So new purchases this year.
Everything that's, yes, new purchase.
So we have 2 essentially golf carts that are electric being purchased by the Airports Department.
That's
it.
the only EV of all the ones being purchased?
Well, I think we need to put that in context, Brian, of how many new vehicles are we purchasing, what are they, and how many are electric? And for the ones that aren't electric, why aren't they electric? Because what we'll find is, I know last year there were a couple that we desperately wanted electric, but there was a 2-year waiting list and we needed the vehicles, so we had to go a different direction.
And I'm not trying to be critical of the city on this. I'm just trying to be realistic and practical. If we're adding 150 new vehicles and only 2 of them are EV, it gives us an idea of how slow we're going to be to electrification. And that leads me to my next question, Director. When you provide us the additional information on your electrical upgrade at the MSC, I think it's called, MSC, I want to know whether any of that upgrade is going to facilitate the transition to electrification, and if so, how exactly? Again, I don't want to make an $11 million upgrade just to be told 2 years from now that we didn't put in the capacity to charge vehicles or buses or whatever else, is operating there. So hence why I'm going to be very, very critical, kicking the tires a few times because, we all make upgrades in our houses, and either you upgrade them for what you currently need or you're upgrading them for future capacity. So I want to see whether we're upgrading for future capacity or simply to maintain status quo.
And Councilmember, we've got an item that will be coming to you probably next month on, similar to the facts, the rest of the fleet has now, is going to go through a transitional plan that we're going to create, which would include not only the infrastructure and the bones that we need for this, but also begin a pathway to convert the entire fleet. Although CARB kind of shocked us the other week With their thing, we had already been working down this plan, so similar to what FACTS has on, in its quiver, GSD will have it for the rest of the fleet. And that consultant, right now, they're vetting the RFPs, and again, we'll be awarding a contract to do the same thing on the MSC side of the fence.
Director, your budget indicates a $223,100 increase due to PG&E increases. What is that? That can't be the full citywide use of PG&E increase, right? So what do you cover in that PG&E increase? What departments are addressed?
That's the MSC, Santa Fe Station, and City Hall.
Santa Fe Bus Depot? Okay. Are we doing any solar in any of those facilities?
If they are, it's not managed by my department.
Okay. Do we have any solar planned in any of the facilities?
We did, but you guys voted them down.
No, that's not completely accurate.
Oh, you're telling me I'm not completely accurate?
That's not completely accurate. I love the debate on solar.
I'm going to have a bell up here every time there's an inaccurate statement. I'm just going to go ding, ding.
Oh, yeah, that would be a very long bell.
So, Councilmember, there has been upgrades at the MSC in equipment, switching out solar panels. That has just completed. The historic Santa Fe Depot, unless we do it over the parking lot, that's not in the cards. And City Hall, well, I thought the reflection was enough solar power coming off of the building, but yes, we do have solar in the parking lots now.
But that's my question, right? If we know PG&E is going up at the Santa Fe Depot and we own the parking lot, why aren't we pursuing solar in the parking lot?
There's some legal action pending that we're trying to address right now with the Department of Justice. And once that is, some ADA-related issues, once that is addressed, we can move forward.
Is there any other place in the city assets that we're pursuing solar this at the moment?
Well, I know in terms of the City Hall and MSC, it's well covered.
No other facilities?
Well, I mean, citywide, not just covered by his department, parks, police, those were the items that we were going down the path of that you all voted down. And I think with the NEM 3.0 now in effect, we are looking at it, but I believe initial estimates are that we don't know that we can recover. It was energy savings that we're supposed to pay for the financing cost of doing those projects. And with the NEM 3.0 rules in effect, we don't think that we can cover the cost of putting the solar in, but we'll take another look.
So have we yet concluded that we're not going to proceed with any solar anymore?
I don't think we've made that affirmative statement. I think we did a tremendous amount of work on the projects that we brought forward to the council. And when the council voted those down, we had to go back and regroup to figure out what we could afford to do with them being self-sustaining and paying for themselves.
Remind me, City Manager, how long ago did the council make that decision?
6 months, maybe?
So in 6 months, we don't have any other options?
We're looking at it.
So is there anything in the proposed budget related to our looking at it?
It's part of the, I'll have to check with Public Works and the Sustainability Division, but I think as part of the climate adaptation plan of the general plan, we're looking at how we can, reduce GHG, including city facilities.
Okay, can you just let the General Public Works Department know that I'll be asking for affirmative answers on what their timeline is, because it's been 6 months, and there was a significant public record on the concerns that the council had and the path forward, and we anticipated it would be returning in 90 days for action, but I guess not.
Yeah, no, that was not, sorry, we didn't believe that, and we didn't, giving what happened with NEM 3.0, I think it kind of threw our financing plan out the window. So we'd have to look and see, I'll check with them.
And the reason I'm asking city managers, because to your point, in the past options, we relied on the energy savings to finance the solar. We have ARPA, so there's no reason why we can't use ARPA to finance the solar, especially because that would generate us some savings. So I don't want to commit ARPA money until we know that it would actually financially benefit us
You mean the
do
ARPA
that.
dollars that you just criticized us for using for the emergency generator? You said we're taking that away from housing in a housing crisis. You now want us to use those ARPA
No,
dollars
it
for
would be
solar?
more like ARPA from other sources that have yet to be expended.
Oh, okay. Got it. Thank
When
you.
we get a full county of ARPA, I can definitely guide you where there's some options for us to
Okey dokey.
reallocate.
Okie dokie.
And then I also, Director, I would like to see what other options we have for financing the electrical upgrades beyond this ARPA that's being recommended. If the council is to say no to ARPA, what is your alternative financing methods? Is it charging every department more money, as you guys do on an annual basis? Is it bonding? What options do we have?
Well, off the top of my head, that would be the case, is charging all the other departments like we've already done for the $4 million that we have stored away. And,
We'll take a look and get back to you.
All right, thank you. Those are all my questions. Thank you.
All right, I see no one else punched up, so thank you, Director, for the presentation and for answering all of our questions. Colleagues, at this time, we're going to break for lunch and pick back up at 1:30 with ISD. Thank you, everyone.
this meeting back to order. We have so far covered general fund overview and general services department. Up next is ISD with Department Director Horn. Good afternoon, Director.
Good afternoon.
Again, I'm asking my colleagues to wait till the presentation is over before we comment and ask questions.
So Brian Horn, I am the current Director of Information Services Division, or Department, sorry. So here to present the FY24 proposed budget. Rana, who's the slide? Okay, got it. Okay, first, our mission basically is to provide a technology strategy for the city for information technology. That's for both internal operations and the citizens. And there's our org chart. I'm going to talk a little bit more about the org chart on an additional slide coming up. But if you've noticed, we've grown, we've done centralization, and that's going very well. And we're pulling all the IT into ISD at this point in time. As far as our accomplishments are concerned, usually for us, it's ongoing. A lot of years we have things we complete, a lot of years we have things that are ongoing, and this year we have a lot of ongoing projects. We're currently in the middle of replacing our ERP system, which is our enterprise it's our HR and financial software. And right now we've got the financial piece completed, and we are now working the bugs out of it. We're going to hopefully get the personnel portion done by January 1st, and then move on to utility billing. We have completed the city's broadband plan. We will republish that to council after budget. We've made some corrections and that you have requested, and looked and made sure that it was all appropriate. We were the recipient of the LATA grant, which is a local area assistance technology grant. We are working on that now. Currently, it is in an RFQ process. We are waiting for approvals. It will hit the street shortly. Other things we've done, the Animal Center, the technology, the website, access controls. And we work with the other departments like personnel for like Cornerstone Learning System to make sure those projects get done. ERAP completion happened this year. And of course, we've got their PC replacement plan that's ongoing. And the list, public safety radio is one of the things we're working on. It's never ending for us. And of course, always looking at security and making sure that our systems are secure and operational. We do not want to have any cyber incidents if we can afford not to. Last one is the strategic plan. The strategic plan is currently underway. We've got about probably more than halfway done. Should be done by the end of the year. But it's going very well. Our budget's pretty much straightforward. We're an internal service fund. Our personnel costs are $10 million, non-personnel $24 million, and the total department expenditures are $37 million this year. A lot of the increases on the personnel side, basically MOU commitments, another position that we're asking for, plus making some of the positions that were making them full-time positions instead of how we budgeted last year for 3/4 of a position. We've got 10 of those are 100% budgeted this year. So the non-PERS increase in costs, so licensing costs, service costs. Also, there are some things that the city wants and needs. Other departments supply 10Xs for us for their requests, and that would be non-personnel as well. So let me back up one. Here's our personnel slide. You notice that there's a negative 14 positions in the administration division. We're just moving positions around to the right divisions. That's all we're doing. They get spread out to the divisions that they're supposed to be in. That was done because of centralization. The budget just threw everything in centralization, and we had to work things out. We got everything done. That was early on in the process, just because we really weren't sure exactly what we were going to do to begin with. So this is just a correction. That's all it is. So the most notable programs that we have, the Systems Acquisition and Maintenance Fund, which is not a surprise. It's our biggest one. Every year, again, that's where all of our software costs come in, the replacements, 10Xs that come in for hardware requests. That 10X is a request from another department who wants to purchase an IT item or a service. Those go into this particular funding. Citywide computer replacement plan. We added fire and police vehicle replacements, the computers in those this year, so that's new. We also have the communication charges. That's pretty straightforward. It's our landlines, it's our circuits, it's telephone coverage. And for number 4, which is our systems replacement fund, our ERP replacement, which is Tyler, which replaces our human resources system. It replaces our financial system, and it replaces our utility billing system. Utility billing is yet to happen. Of course, network improvements is self-explanatory, and we have we're at the end of an upgrade of some of our public radio communication systems, and this money goes towards the payment of that project. We have one more thing to do on that. That's the Crown Castle antenna, and we kind of talked about that earlier on in a budget, in a council meeting. We do have a grant, a LATA grant, Local Area Technology Assistance Grant, and that's for design work. As I mentioned before, it's the RFQ is completed. We're now just dotting our I's and crossing our T's through purchasing, legal, and risk, and making sure we have everything in place that will go on the street. And basically, what we talked about before, was we've been approved for monies for design work, and we picked multi-dwelling units. And we figured the multi-dwelling units are in need in the city. That's what's being cried for. And so we went ahead and did that. And with this design, somebody can come in from behind and implement. So we'll be looking for grant funding to implement once we get the design done. And so basically, that's ISD. I'm here for questions. My team behind me.
Thank you, Director. First up, we have Councilmember Arias.
Director, I'm my 5th year of asking for Wi-Fi in all city buses. Where do we stand on accomplishing that goal? If we can be specific, how many buses, when
Yes,
would
sir.
the rest of them come online?
I'm bringing Paul up. He's the one who was working on that for us. He can give you a depth that he has.
Okay. Good afternoon, Council President, Vice President. Paul Zoe, Information Service Project Liaison. In terms of the bus, the current project for the upgrade CAD AVL is towards its end. Testing has begun for the bus Wi-Fi. It's up to FACTS to declare when they want to launch all the buses with bus Wi-Fi.
So from the IT portion of the work, you've completed your task?
We're in the testing phase right now with cybersecurity.
When would you complete testing?
Probably about 2 or 3 weeks.
From FACTS, when would FACTS intend to operationalize all the buses?
You just want me to do my budget today, don't you? Just like last week when we got together.
I'll take as many bites at the apple as I can.
Yeah, no, all of the hardware has been done. This has been a 10.5-month project, so all the hardware upgrades. Once the testing on the cybersecurity is completed with Sierra Wireless, Vontas, and ISD, then they will tell us we can turn it on.
So they're saying 2 to 3 weeks. Is that what we should expect?
Yeah, the update I got on Thursday was that we are working on the splash page with Sierra Wireless. So that's the once they say it's operational, we'll go. And it's 5G, by the way. So we went from AOL dial-up to 5G.
So is it safe to say 30 days?
I'm hearing, yes, about 30 to 45 days at worst.
Okay, thank you. Director, as you know, radio conditions, radio systems, it's above my pay grade on exactly how the radio waves work for police and fire, but I've now confronted the issue multiple times given the high-density projects that we're doing in my district specifically. And it's come to my attention that given the current condition of our radio systems that do not work in most high-density, multiple-level housing projects, that the city is now within its right to impose development, include radio equipment inside their buildings, equipment that's quite costly. These developments are coming back to the city and asking us to make up the difference financially. That's why I'm hesitant to sign off on housing money that was assigned by this council for electrical upgrades, because we're now being asked to pay for radio equipment in housing projects. Where do we stand with the condition of our radio systems for police and fire?
So we have another antenna that we need to implement, which is Crown Castle, which should be up and going by the end of this year. And the hold-up's been getting supplies, getting like a generator. It's been suppliers who have been holding up on us. And once that's done, that will help the situation. It won't solve it, it'll help it. The problem is that some of the antenna, the signal can't go through some of these buildings, and you know that. We've talked about that before. What ISD's done is, number one, that's one. We do need to evaluate our radio systems. I've got a brand new communications manager, Armin Carlosian. He's got a lot of experience, and he wants to take a look at it, and we're going to take a look and evaluate. We've got equipment coming that we ourselves can evaluate the radio system citywide. And so we're going to go ahead and do that, start with that, see where our problems lie, where our weak spots lie, and we're going to come up with some sort of a recommendation to go forward.
When do you anticipate that being the case?
Councilmember, there had been a committee comprised of ISD, police and fire that had been meeting, and I have asked TJ Miller, who oversees ISD, to get that committee back together, because as you know, Motorola has been making the rounds, and there's folks trying to sell, and then also looking at what the grant opportunities are out there, because from what I understand, it is a significant price tag, somewhere in the range of $30 to $50 million replacement cost. So that group is in the process of being reconvened, while ISD and Armin, our new communications person, is looking from the technical perspective. But I'm not willing to put a timeline on, give you a time today on when we're going to be ready with a recommendation on a $30 to $50 million ask, because we need to do a little bit more work and look at what the grant opportunities are. I've heard that there are grant funds out there, but.
And that's fair, City Manager. I'm not trying to get, this isn't for me like Wi-Fi, give me a solid date. It's been 5 years. But I'm very hesitant to redirect money for housing if we are intentionally increasing the cost of that housing for a subpar radio system that we known for years hasn't worked. So I need to know what is the long-term solution. Is the long-term solution the private sector coming in and managing our system, or is it the city modernizing its system? I recognize it's a $40 million price tag by the time it's all said and done. But I at the same time, city staff is asking for us to divert housing money for other long-term needs. So I just need to be prepared for, if we're not going to have a solution in the next year or two, which is fair, then we need to safeguard those housing funds.
I believe we'll have the solution within the next year.
And then,
less than that, hopefully.
But execution would be a while, right?
Could be, depending upon what the solution is. It could
Okay.
be. So we're working on it diligently. This is not one we're just kind of pushing off. I've got Armin on a lot of the issues right now, trying to look for some improvements that we can do that are quick wins, as well as a longer-term solution.
And just for my confirmation, City Manager, at this point, you don't have an estimated timeline on when you would have a proposal for us, right?
I don't, but
Okay.
I think I'll probably, within the next 30 to 45 days, we'll have a little more of a timeline of where we are, maybe have identified what the grant source is, what the timeline is for that grant source. Like I said, that committee is just in the process of reconvening now and dusting off the old work and updating it.
And if we can get this as a request for direction, if we can get confirmation that bonding would be an appropriate use to fund this infrastructure, this telecommunications infrastructure, I'd like confirmation that bonding is an option to finance that telecommunication infrastructure for public safety. I'd like to know that, soon.
Yeah, so we did issue a memo already. I don't remember which direction it is. I believe
Capacity?
Councilmember Esparza. And so right now, we only have one building that is unencumbered for purposes of bonding. Generally speaking, when you bond, you need like some sort of like building or facility to bond against. So for instance, if we're going to bond for the new fire station, we bond against that actual fire station. I'll have to leave it to the finance people to see if we can bond against equipment. I will have to get back to you on that.
And the reason I ask is I did read the memo, and I don't know if it's complete, because I don't recall us bonding out the new facilities like some of the new facilities that we built. Additionally, we have approved financing the construction of a new 911 dispatch center. I'm assuming that once we build that, it'll be available for bonding against it. The new fire training facility is also been funded. That has not been bonded against yet. I don't know if the animal shelter is bonded against, or the new fire station that we just opened up. So if we can get a complete list of all the public facilities that have been bonded against and what the outstanding amount of that bond is, that would be extremely helpful to ascertain what are potential options. Because as we are intentionally making some pretty big facility investments. The fire training facility, the 911 dispatch facility, a couple of fire stations. But for me, those facilities are not going to meet their objective if firefighters and police officers' radios don't work and all this high-density housing that we've been asked to approve and have approved and financed. So I'd like to know sooner than later what the plan is going to be for that. If not, we're going to have to figure out some money for that investment pretty quickly.
And Councilmember, just want to note, generally speaking, you can't bond against a prospective facility. You know, once it's up and constructed, you can bond against it, but not something that we're planning to build. So for instance, the 911 center, when it's fully constructed and open, then theoretically would be an asset we could bond against, but until that building is there, we wouldn't be able to.
And I anticipate that we're not going to build the telecommunications infrastructure in one soup phase. It might be a phased approach where we cash flow the first phase. When these buildings are complete, we bond out for them for the second or third phase. So there's quite a bit of creative options for it. But I'd like to know the complete list of our bonding facilities are bonded against, and know that I'm getting estimates from the private sector and the public sector housing developers that this equipment costs between, $250,000 to $750,000 per housing project. If we're going to be spending that kind of money in the back end to have the radios work, then we might as well be putting the money up front to improve the infrastructure of telecommunications.
Okay.
Thank you, Director.
I heard you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else wish to speak at this time? All right, thank you very much, Director. Appreciate your time. You guys are all ready to go back to work. Next up, that brings Finance Department. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Council President, council members. Pleased to be with you and provide our recommendations for the 2024 fiscal year Finance Department budget. I am joined by some leaders of our Finance Department today, and just want to begin by thanking them for their leadership and work leading up to today's recommendation. Slide 2 here is our mission statement, of course, rooted in the ability to provide sound business processes and financial integrity, ensuring the effective stewardship of the City of Fresno's resources. And then on slide 3, you have an overview of our organization chart. I'll be brief, but I do just want to cover a couple quick comments on each area, just to kind of delineate for you all of what encompasses their areas of work. Accounting, of course, is responsible for all our vendor payments, the compilation of our ACFR financial statements and reporting. Our payroll team, of course, paying all of our employees both timely and accurately. Treasury Department, responsible for all our bank reconciliation transactions, management of our investment portfolio. Debt management team helps to coordinate any of our debt obligations, managing them, helping to secure low-cost financing. And then business tax, we've talked a little bit about this morning, facilitates the collection and reporting of taxes, permits for businesses. Our grants unit is actually a new management unit this year. This current fiscal year is their first year in operation, designed to coordinate and monitor all citywide grants. And then our internal audit group is designed to implement effective internal controls, help to assess them, any risk. And then lastly, our utility billing and collection division is the collection wing of water, sewer, solid waste programs. And then on slide 3, I've covered some of the department's accomplishments over the last fiscal year. I won't walk through every single one of them, but we'll just kind of pick out a couple of highlights. The first, of course, is the city was a recipient of 3 credit rating upgrades of all 3 major credit rating agencies, Moody's, Fitch, and S&P this year. That also transitioned and facilitated very successful revenue bond financing for the airport. Also, the department, the grants management team in particular, helped to facilitate and coordinate assistance for the City of Fresno residents for both rental assistant, utility assistant payment, and also worked in collaboration with community-based organizations to provide services as well. Last couple of things I'll mention here is the team completed both the first Measure P independent financial audit required as a component of that measure, and of course our ACFR financial statement single audit for the year ending 21-22. This slide captures both our proposed budget for the fiscal year '24 and compares it and summarizes it in comparison to previous years. I'll bring your attention and really just highlight changes from the current fiscal year '22-23. The first being with personnel. For the most part, the increases that you're seeing there are related to statutory increases related to collective bargaining agreements, implementation of MOU changes. There is one new position that we're recommending. I'll cover that in more detail on the next slide, but that's a senior accountant auditor position, which is also reflected in that amount and proposal as well. And then for non-personnel, I'll mention the large decrease you're seeing there. You'll recall that in April, we brought forward a resolution to shift ARPA resources that had previously been budgeted in the finance department and getting those out to the departments, both for more effective management and efficient reporting of those resources as well. Slide 5 captures the staff positions that support the resources I just covered. And again, the one comment or highlight that I'll mention is the senior accountant auditor position that we're recommending, the increase proposed change that you see there for an additional position. This position is recommended to help with more appropriate, what I would call supervisory support in the accounting area specifically. And then lastly, this slide captures our current contractual obligations. You'll see, again, I won't read through them all, but some of the contracted services that the department consistently employs, and then equipment that we've included for two new additional vehicles for the utility billing and collection service team that is out in the field. Lastly, we do have two special revenue types that support the finance department. This allocation of ARPA funds is really the grants management team really manages these resources, and they're the work with various CBOs that we have contracted through ARPA allocation. And then the last item there that you see for ERAP is the final amount that we're projecting to be carried over from the current year for ERAP, Emergency Rental and Assistance Program, that we're believing will be extinguished here over the next few months. And so that's the remainder carrying over into the new fiscal year. And with that, again, I'm here with the team and happy to take any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Controller. Councilmember Arias, I presume.
You presume correctly. I have my work clothes on today, so. Couple of questions. The specific question that we discussed earlier around, what's the thing you guys use to rent houses when you go out of town?
Airbnb?
Airbnb.
Uh-huh.
When can we expect an actual agreement with them? I know we've had this discussion a year ago. You've been talking with them since December. What's a holdup on an actual agreement? I mean, they have the standard agreements with every city. So why are we different?
Sure. Yeah, it's a great question. It's a similar question that I have. I mentioned this morning, we've been working with Airbnb for quite some time. The code that we brought forward for council's consideration and ultimate approval was to facilitate that agreement. We had a conversation with them last week. We have another one or a follow-up to that coming this week. I would hope in the next several weeks that we'd be able to get to an agreement with them.
Is there any particular conditions that we're requesting different from any other city that we can't get to an agreement?
None. No.
So it's just
in fact, what we did is, so the initial feedback back in the fall was that our ordinance, our code, did not provide for them to do that. And so we researched, found municipalities that have those sharing agreements and modeled our code verbatim off of that. And so we hope, believe, anticipate that they'll be able to move quickly now that we've made that change. But I'd be happy to provide the council a fuller update via Trey memo after we have another conversation with them. But that's the intention of our next follow-up conversation with them, is to figure out what are the next steps to getting the agreement. Of course, we'll need to run it by the city attorney's office, but we're ready to go on our end.
Your budget notes that we are at the tail end of the rental assistance program. I know at the peak we were putting out quite a bit of money, and we dedicated quite a bit of bodies to that work. What happens to those positions that were doing this work full time? Essentially, I know some of it was outsourced, other parts of it were in-house management and staff. If this is coming to an end, looks like this fiscal year, what happens to those positions in your proposed budget?
Sure. So two things that I'll say. The department utilized kind of redistributed staff from our utility billing and collection service. You'll recall we didn't have a delinquency process. That freed up time and bandwidth from those folks to help with ERAP. Those are permanent staff. We also utilize temporary staff. So for the temporary, we have been and will continue to wind down utilizing their services until the program's fully extinguished. And now that we've started the delinquency restoration, the UB&C staff is actually needed back again to work on those efforts.
When you're absolutely right in that we utilized our utility collection folks to do this work. During that period of time, which I believe is going to end up being about 2 to 3 years, did we make sure that we did not charge the utility department or the enterprise fund for those positions? In other words, there should be savings in the utilities department's budget because those positions were essentially reassigned.
Sure. So just check from my understanding, their time working on these ERAP program, you're wanting to ensure that time wasn't then billed to the internal service fund, and you're correct. It was not. It was charged as part of the administrative cost for ERAP. And Courtney will correct me if I'm wrong.
So their staff positions should not be one of the many variables of why we need utility rate increases, because essentially they were doing other work as assigned, right? Coming out of ERAP.
Well, remember, the utility bills make up all 3 rates, right? So we've been talking about solid waste increases, which is just one component. But I understand where you want to get, and I don't think you're going to get exactly there, but the portion that's attributed to collecting the solid waste fund would not be a reason. This wouldn't be a reason why we would need to be raising that rate.
I just want to confirm that we're not double billing public utilities
That's right.
for work that was paid for but through ERAP.
Correct. And also, I should say the predominant support was from temps, right? So I mentioned that second piece because there was support for UB&C, and you asked, what are we?
Yeah,
what
and
are we
I
gonna do
think
with the
like
staff
half
for
of
now?
it went through CBOs, so I know there was quite a bit of costs of the CBOs that
That's
did
right.
rent relief.
That's right. Thank you.
But I just want to make sure that wasn't
Yep.
that portion of it. Speaking of CBOs, your presentation indicates that we put out about $13.5 million under ARPA. And I know that you guys audit to make sure that those CBOs spend the money as designated and per the contracts. But this question has come up in relation to Bitwise. Is there any other CBO funded under ARPA that you've seen any issues with in them completing the work or them billing us for incomplete work at this point?
Nope. The simple answer is no. If you'd like Courtney to elaborate, I can have her come up. But
That's sufficient for me. I've been getting questions about, are there any other CBOs in this predicament potentially? Secondly, as it relates to Bitwise, it's been reported that we only provided $500,000 up front. They've invoiced us for $120. What is the next steps on the remaining $380 that's outstanding? Have we submitted a request for those funds back? If the company goes under and dissolves, do we just chalk that off as a loss?
So their next audit report is due July 14th. And if they do not submit their audit report justifying the expense of the dollars, then we'll have to look to the grant agreement as to what our remedies are to try and recapture those dollars.
So let me divert a little from Bitwise. Let's say the company dissolves, any CBO dissolves mid-contract. What happens at that point if we cannot recapture the money on any standard agreement? If the vendor dissolves and we've paid them $500,000, they've only done work for half of that, if we have to claim that as a loss, where do we report that loss at?
Well, I think that's more of a legal question as far as what our remedies are for non-performance under the contract.
Well, the remedy is termination of the contract, but I'm asking if the entity dissolves, whether it's Bitwise or anyone else, we
cannot get the dollars back?
Correct. We have to recognize that as a loss, correct?
Yeah, I think you're right, yes.
And so when does that happen and in what form in the budget? Is it in the finance department's budget? Is it in the general fund? Where do we recognize that loss?
You're talking about on our financial statements?
Or anywhere in the budget process?
I guess somewhere under, we'll have to look and figure that out. Somewhere under non-performance of a contract or, yeah.
Right, well, give us an opportunity to evaluate and be sure in response to how that loss will be reflected, but be assured also that regardless, we'll be seeking a claim one way or the other, and that will also
Correct.
be reflected if material.
Yeah, and Assistant City Manager Quito, what I'm looking for is process, like where we do business with any numerous CBOs or any private vendors, and if one remedy I know is termination, which we'll consider at some point. If that doesn't work, then where do we recognize the loss at? If money went out for something that was not provided. That makes sense? Those are all my questions, Director. Thank you.
Both Controller and Director. Next up is Council Vice President Perea.
Thank you, Director. All right, so the business tax unit, this department is the one that administers the permits for the mobile vendors, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And mobile vendors are required to get a mobile vendor permit and a business license, or are those two in the same?
I believe I'll have to, I think it's both, but I want to be certain, so I'd have to get back to you on that.
Okay. And it sounds like this department will proactively go out to an event or a site and check to see if mobile food vendors are up to date with their business license. Is that correct?
They have done that. That's, yes.
Okay.
Yes, it's activity that has kind of waned over the pandemic, but they're starting to get back out into the field and for that purpose.
Okay. Do these inspectors work after hours, nights, weekends?
Yeah, their schedule could be adjusted depending on if there's an event on the weekend, for instance, yes.
Okay. We've seen an abundance of mobile food vendors pop up in the Tower District, specifically Friday, Saturday nights after 10 o'clock when most of the restaurants shut down. Is there a way we can sometime this week go out there, either Friday or Saturday, and just check to make sure these mobile vendors are up to date? Because what we're seeing is a lot of them, they're dumping their oil trays into the gutters.
Sure.
We had an incident this past, well, I guess technically Sunday morning, where a fight broke out, which resulted in a few people getting
Right.
shot. And it was over a dispute over condiments related to one of the food vendors out there.
Yeah.
So while we're working on a long-term solution, I'm hoping your department can proactively go out there this weekend and just check to see at the very minimum if these folks have mobile or business licenses.
Councilmember Santino, I think this goes back to our
Yeah,
conversation we
right.
just had last week.
We did, yep.
So when you talk about mobile vendors, are you talking about trucks? Or are you talking about what we would also consider the smaller group or street vendors, like the hot dog and the ice cream?
It would be everybody, because right now we're
Okay.
seeing the hot dog stands, the carts,
Right.
and the food trucks as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, yeah. if
Thank
could
you,
explain.
Vice President Perea. Yes, we will. So as I mentioned, they've begun to more actively monitor, and I'll work with the team to see what their availability is in the near term for this weekend. And I'll also say, in addition to that activity, they also frequently hold workshops to help folks understand, come into compliance. They've been hearing a lot, frankly, about organizations that have legitimately gone through the process, being frustrated by some of the activity too. So it's an area that we've been concentrating on, which of course prompted the conversation with Assistant City Manager Barfield. But
Okay.
yeah, we'll look to do that.
Yeah, thank you. And the goal is not to shut anyone down. It's
Sure.
just to bring everyone into legal compliance and make sure everyone is operating by the same
Right.
rules. That's it for now.
Okay.
Thank you, Director.
All right, next up, I have a quick follow-up by Arias.
Yes, to the point of Member Perea's comments, has your department audited the cannabis companies to make sure that they're accounting for all their sales?
We're actually in the midst of that work right now. Through the renewal application, there's a component where the business team interacts with that process to do that monitoring.
So is it your department's responsibility to complete the audit of those cannabis shops and confirm the revenues?
They if I remember it correctly, they're responsible for having an audit. We'll receive copies. We'll look at them for reasonableness, any kind of concerns or red flags that we might discern from the report. We don't do the report itself, if that makes sense.
My
So it's-
understanding with the original cannabis ordinance is that we, as a city, had a right to do spot check audits to confirm that the revenue was being fully accounted for.
Sorry, so I believe you're correct. I think we have the ability to do that. What I was referring to is the process that we're in right now where they have to submit, I think, an independent audit financial statement that we'll receive. So there's that, but I agree. I think there's also the ability, I'll confirm, to, as with any business, frankly, take a look at receipts.
I'd like us to do that because, you know, it's a new industry. And I don't want to just simply take their word for it, that they are fully accounting and paying taxes on all the revenue generated. So I'd like to see that done, given the substantial millions of dollars of revenue that's at stake. Thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Esparza?
Yes, so one thing the administration for the memo regarding bonding capacity, Santino, I just wanted to ask you if you could outline that for the benefit of the public, some of the nuances around what is the city's finance capacity?
Sure, yeah, so in the memo, we described, in response to your question, of course, really what is the capacity. And from a statutory perspective, there's really, there is a statutory requirement, but it really doesn't apply because that's in reference to voter-approved debt, of which the city doesn't have any currently. So really then it becomes a question of affordability. Can the budget afford to take on debt? And then, of course, the conversation we were having earlier was with regard to collateralization. So what buildings are able to collateralize any loans that we might take out? And at current, of course, we'll look into some of the other questions from earlier, but at current, there's just the one facility that would be available for collateralization.
Okay, so what amount of the general fund is going toward debt service right now?
Oh, you know, that's in our debt report. I don't have the number off the top of my head, but that's a metric that we report annually. I could certainly bring up a copy and get that for you. I just don't, unless someone's able to pull it. But
back of the envelope, I mean, if we were to issue general obligation debt bonds in the amount of $1 billion, which I believe it needs to be voter approved, if I read the memo correctly. I mean, what kind of debt service would we be looking at on an annual basis?
Of $1 billion in debt?
Given our credit rating and all.
Yeah, I mean, that's something I'd want to run by our financial advisors, given the characteristics of the market, what would be looking to go out to debt for. Again, you know.
Let's make that a direction then.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just, you know, again, we're talking, I'll say it over and over, right, about the deferred maintenance and on public works, $800 million roughly. And honestly, that's probably an old figure if I had to guess. I mean, I'd not old, not super old, but I think there's been enough inflation and such and changes in the market that it's probably escalated. So I'm rounding up to $1 billion, right? If we were to pursue this next ballot that's available to us, $1 billion
in voter-approved debt.
In voter-approved.
Right, of which we don't have any right now at all.
Which our slate is currently clean.
Right.
And would require us to bond against, I think, was it this building?
Well, that's different. So, I mean, you're talking about the collateralization in that perspective would be taxpayers agreeing to tax and to support debt from a taxpayer perspective. So we don't have the same sort of collateralization requirements because you're not financing against a building, for example. You're going out to the voters asking them for capital. So that's different from what I was describing earlier. Does that make sense?
Yes. So they're separate, you're saying.
So it's debt. You know, you're raising capital through voter-approved initiatives, versus going out to market and saying that, you know, we want to take on X amount of debt and we have collateral of X, Y, and Z to support the debt service over the term.
So let's take a look at both then. Let's take a look at the collateralization option on the one building that we have that available on, and then also if we were to ask the voters to approve. So $1 billion each, if we could just take a look at kind of, I mean, what?
Sure. Well, I think sorry to interrupt, but I think just to clarify, I think what you're getting at is what if we were to raise $1 billion, what would that mean to the taxpayers is one question. The debt is more of what collateralization is available to finance, and that's going to dictate what we're able to raise in terms of debt.
It works backwards in that case.
Right.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, if we could answer both of those questions, that would be that'd be very, very helpful as we proceed with the rest of the week and the motions and all that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Councilmember Carbasi.
Thank you. Sorry. I don't know if this is necessarily a question for you, Santino,
Okay.
but the issue of Bitron just came up, so I want to clarify something.
I'm sorry, say that again? I didn't.
Bitwise, sorry.
Oh,
Enron,
okay.
Bitron, same thing. So just to clarify, we have an item on Thursday's agenda regarding ending our relationship, but I believe the grant agreement requires them to return any monies they haven't used, that they can't account for, so we'll see what happens there. And I think the grant agreement, we gave that authority to the city manager, but these are ARPA dollars. These are not general fund dollars we're talking about, correct?
In that example, we're talking about ARPA grant, yes,
Okay.
for Bitwise, yes.
Okay. I think there was one other thing, but I can't remember now. So that pretty much answers my questions. Okay.
Controller Miguel has one more question.
I'm sorry.
I
I
remember
didn't catch
now.
that.
Sorry, can you confirm when the No Neighborhood Left Behind bonds were paid off?
I can, not off the top of my head, but yeah,
no, just
absolutely.
as a follow-up question.
Yep.
Thank you.
No other questions at this time. Thank
Great.
you, Controller. Appreciate
All right,
your time.
thank you.
Now bring us to our penultimate department, budget and management studies. All right, thank you very much. Please proceed.
All righty.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, Council President, council members. Henry Fierro, Budget Director. I'm going to just highlight our mission statement for the department. Really, our goal is to perform the analytical, budgetary, fiscal, and strategic management processes that encompass citywide departments. One of obviously our main focus is to complete the annual budget process, and we do so with strict due dates, and we also try to produce the product with the highest degree of data integrity. And along with that, two additional deliverables includes the master fee schedule that we bring once a year, along with supplemental master fee schedules. And lastly, we also perform amendments, be it annual appropriation resolutions, along with master fee amendments throughout the year. So that encompasses truly our deliverables. Next slide is our org chart, and again, just highlighting the main deliverables that we have is the budget, administration, and production of our documents, the master fee schedule, and then also we perform ad hoc studies. As far as our 23 accomplishments, just going to mention a couple. We did receive, for FY23 adopted budget, the Budget Presentation Award from the GFOA, or Government Finance Officers Association. We were very grateful to be able to submit and receive their award. Secondly, I would say last year we really tried to, again, produce direction and motion lists to the tune of 94 requests of information and 95 motions to, again, the highest degree of integrity. Along with it, we completed the master fee schedule on time, and then with ongoing annual appropriation resolutions. Year-to-date, we've completed a total of 45. And the last accomplishment is we are in the process now to bring on a new hire starting July 1st to add to our team. As far as our '24 budget, the bulk of our appropriations is under personnel. We are budgeted for 10 positions. We have a little bit of non-PERS, and then we also have interdepartmental charges that encompasses, be it IT service type of charges, along with facility charges. And in total, we have $1.6 million of a budget to cover, again, our personnel, our O&M, and interdepartmental charges. And as I mentioned earlier, we are a department of 10 positions. And again, we are in the process of bringing in a new hire first week in July. Very excited to have that new person on board to then further improve our, if you will, our allocation of deliverables amongst our team. And also wanted to note that in '23, there was a third PAR amendment that grateful that was given to us to allow to grow by the 2 additional positions. The one most impactful, I would say, non-position type of a budget, it's actually in the negative, which is a good thing because that translates to savings. And what that means is we are scheduled to relocate into City Hall first of next fiscal year, being July. And by doing so, we look to have an annual savings of about a little over 200, close to 220,000. And with that, Council, that completes my presentation.
Thank you, Director. I don't see anyone queued up at this time, so thank you very much.
Thank you.
Oh. Councilmember Sparza.
Yes, Henry, as the, I think, presumed architect of this new department, could you just, for the benefit of the public, articulate the benefit to the city organization of us creating a new department and moving the personnel to this direction?
Well, I think one is we are expanding, and by expanding as a department, it really is a natural progression to become your own department. So where now I'm creating, if you will, a hierarchy of, I've got analysts that are doing, if you will, the heavy lifting. I now have expanded to managers who are now supervising, and then I then oversee the group as a whole. So to me, it's just the organization that we can now truly become a department as opposed to just a unit of a department, because we're taking on so much more work. And that to me is allows us to become a department.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
All righty, thank you.
All right, lastly, we have our Airports Department. Welcome, Director Thompson. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Council President and Council members. Henry Thompson, Director of Aviation, here to present the Airports Department FY24 operating and capital budgets. The airport continues to perform well with increased passenger growth, which demonstrates the need for air travel demand in the Central Valley. The airport closed calendar year 22 with a record 2.1 million passengers going through the airport. So far in calendar year 2023, we are outpacing what we did in 2022. To ensure we remain competitive in our offerings and in attracting new service, we must provide quality facilities and services. With your support, we have taken the steps to begin construction on the terminal expansion program, which will chart the course for the future of the airport, but it will also add much needed capacity for the airport for domestic and international service growth. The FY24 budget takes this important project into account as a priority project for us, and that will improve customer service and still allow us to focus on our other priorities of safety and security. I can get this right. Where do I point? On the right? That's right. The airport department is responsible for the operation, maintenance, and development of a two-airport system. The airports here are here to serve both for commercial air service, air cargo, corporate aviation, general aviation, for the needs of the Central Valley region. We also serve a very important national role as a civil military airport as well. Again, to remain competitive and attractive for airlines, we're committed to ensure that our cost structure remains very reasonable for the airlines. The airport's organizational chart includes some realignments, but what I would really like to take this opportunity to do is to introduce you to my new Assistant Director of Aviation, Francisco Pertida, who joins us here today. Francisco. And Francisco's been with us since March, so he's been busy getting up to speed. You want to say something?
Yes. Good afternoon, honorable council members, President, Vice President. My name is Francisco Partida. Buenas tardes. I'm very excited to join the City of Fresno Airports Department. It's been very exciting 70 days for me, still getting up to speed. Henry has a fantastic vision, obviously directed by the leadership. So I'm very, very excited to be here. I'm doing the reverse migration from Texas to California, so I think that's a good thing. If you want a success story, you can use me. The family's coming, hopefully, by the end of the summer, where they're still wrapping up some stuff over there in Texas. But happy to be here.
Thank you. Okay, FY23 will be a very successful and productive year, and we've had many accomplishments, including, again, record passenger levels, a very successful 2023 bond issuance, groundbreaking of $147 million terminal and aircraft ramp expansion, airport concession contract award, very pleased about that one. We also received the approval of our passenger facility charge application from the FAA to collect $53.6 million in PFC charges. So that effort took us an entire year to accomplish. And then this was the first year of our new airline use agreement as well. The airport's FY24 proposed operating and capital budget is about $124 million. This includes about $6.5 million in debt service, and also about $40.8 million is for that terminal expansion project. The FY24 operating budget is proposed at $31 million, which is about an 8% increase over FY23. That's being driven by increases in contractual agreement costs, increase in utility costs, and then salaries and benefits. And our FY24 capital budget proposes approximately $87 million to support the number of capital needs that we have at the airport. In construction of that terminal and FIS facility is a big part of that. Budgeted positions for FY24, we're proposing 140 positions total. That's an addition of 6 FTE positions, and only one of those is a new position. The other 5 are adjusting for 100% salaries for those positions that were budgeted in the prior year. Some of the most impactful expenses, again, are contractual obligations. They've all increased as required. Most notable is our airline common use technology system, which increased by more than 15%. And also utilities are impacting the airport significantly with a 14% increase on that line item alone. Let's see here. Airports continues to pursue grant opportunities to the maximum extent possible. The FY24 budget includes about $33 million in grants that have already been approved for award and will be reimbursed for various projects. And we'll continue to work for more grants throughout the year to support the airport as well. New programs. We're excited about several programs of note in FY24. The Fat Forward Terminal Construction Project is moving from this concept that we've been talking about for a long time, and will actually begin construction of the east aircraft parking ramp, expansion of the passenger screening checkpoint, utility tie-ins, and you'll begin to see the structure of the terminal concourse take form in this fiscal year as well. Airport concessions development, we're going to be going through a transition from the existing concessions to the new concessions over the next year. There's no direct budget impact. We certainly anticipate some increases in revenues once everything's rolled out, but that's going to take us the year to get there. But it is important to note that the master concessionaires will be investing $8.5 million in build-out of these new facilities, so we're very happy to see that. And then the airport solar farm will be re-energized this fall, and so we are anticipating some budget savings once that system comes online, so we're looking forward to that as well. And then we'll be focused on marketing air service, targeting increasing our passenger enplanements, and then looking at new air service opportunities as well. Community outreach. Airports actively works to be a good community partner, and we conduct outreach in a number of ways throughout the year. We partner with Beautify Fresno for neighborhood cleanup. We're partnering with Fresno Unified on the Aviation Academy at Chandler Airport. We're very excited that their board has approved that project and will now begin working out the details of the lease with them and getting that project moving forward. But we also support McLean High School, the internship program. We organize an annual airport job fair. And then we're looking at reissuing the RFP for the food truck opportunity at the airport, in which we'll do a lot more outreach to try and attract some interest in that project as well. And then airport public art partnership with Fresno Arts Council. We've got the art installation on the garage facility that will go up this summer. The terminal expansion project has a number of art components to it. And then we have our terminal rotating exhibits that we work on a basis throughout the year. And with that, I'll take any questions you might have.
Director, I have a quick question for you. When it comes to the noise mitigation program, I believe your department receives a federal grant that you then use to contract out outreach support as well as administering those dollars for projects such as a new door or double pane windows. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Do you recall on average what that amount is from the federal government every year?
On average, it's about $3 million a year, sometimes more, sometimes a little less, but about $3 million a year.
And about how many households does that allow you to assist per fiscal year? Or per term of that dollar amount?
Yeah, I want to give you an accurate number, so I'll have to get back to you on that one.
Do you know how many folks your department has served so far?
We absolutely do. I don't have the exact number, but it's hundreds. I mean, I believe in total, we have approximately 1,200 homes that are impacted, and we've done a significant amount of those, but we still have a few to go.
Majority still left to go, 25%?
I would say probably about 600 in the inside area. Oh, right, 600, so about halfway there.
And are those folks in the queue waiting to get assistance, or these are folks that have not reached out yet in any sort of capacity to receive assistance?
We're continually doing outreach, and so we've reached out to them, so they're in the queue. And essentially what we do is we look at the homes that are most impacted, and those are the ones that we go to first. And so the ones that live further out but are still impacted, they'll be towards the lower end of the list there.
And your department contracts out completely for these services?
Yes.
Whether it's the outreach or the administration?
That's correct.
administering those. And the $3 million is purely federal grant dollars?
That is correct. And we do have a matching share as well, but the
What is
$3
that,
million
$1
is what we get from the feds.
Say that again, I'm sorry.
There is a matching piece to that. I believe it's 10% that the airport has to pay, but.
It's like 300,000?
Yeah.
Okay. Our contractors have capacity to take on additional folks to get through that line a little bit quicker, Director?
No. It's a very transparent process in how we get to who goes next for home improvements.
Who do we contract with?
I can't remember the name of the company, but I can get all that information for you.
I'd like to request a memo or some sort of information about who we contract with and what that system looks like for choosing folks for that program and how it gets administered.
Sure.
You sound pretty confident they can't take on any more people.
I'm fairly confident.
Was that a competitive bid?
Yes, it was.
Okay, when was the last time we bid out for that service?
I'll get that for you. I don't recall.
Okay.
Council President, I believe you just awarded that contract not too long ago. And most of that detail should be in that staff report, Henry.
Okay. Yes, so we apparently did 60 properties last year, so.
Okay. I'm going to tentatively make a motion to allocate an additional $500,000 towards that project for the time being. Okay, I'm gonna wait to see what that information in the memo says.
Absolutely.
But, we got a motion and a second to add that into the hopper for now. I think that's our first motion today.
Welcome to the motion.
That'll be all of my questions, Director. Councilmember Bredefeld.
How much authority do you have over with TSA in the airport? I guess none.
So technically, they are a tenant of the airport. However, there's federal jurisdiction within that checkpoint area there, so.
Yeah, I mean, every time I come to the airport, and I've come there early, 6 o'clock in the morning, the line is almost out the door. Some of those folks, not all of them, but some of those folks are less than friendly to our citizens. I just recently traveled. I went to 2 other states. The TSA were very friendly, and you moved very quickly. So I'm wondering why the bottleneck, there always seems to be a bottleneck in Fresno. Do you have any thoughts on any of that?
Yes, so that's the busiest period of the day for us. The checkpoint opens, I think, at about 4:30 a.m., and those are passengers that are leaving in that first bank at about 6 a.m., so we probably have about 8 flights departing, and they're larger aircraft than they used to be, so it's a significantly larger number of passengers, and everyone's trying to get through at the same time. Now, the line does move relatively quickly, but it's just everyone coming at the same time for the same departures.
Okay. What determines pre-check versus standard check-in?
So pre-check is an additional service that you pay for to get expedited screening. And once you register, then you qualify to go into the pre-check lane. And what that means is that the TSA has already vetted you. They vetted your background. They know who you are. And so they will allow you to go through the pre-check lane, which affords you the privilege of leaving your shoes on, leaving your computer in your bag, and things like that.
But you pay for that service.
You pay for that service.
Because it used to be you didn't pay for that service. Somehow it was just random.
No, you've always paid for TSA pre-check, yes.
You did, okay.
Yes.
It seemed like it was just a random. At the very beginning. That's what I mean. Now you've been paying.
I think when they had capacity, when it was brand new, you could randomly get assigned to but now that as the service has grown and more people have it, I don't think they have a lot of extra capacity, so it's just the people that pay for it. And the airport just did an event to be able to sign up for pre-check, I think a week or two ago. You must have missed that.
Okay. And did I not read that Fresno Unified is doing some kind of training out at Chandler for students as well?
They're looking at starting an aviation academy, and this will be a program for 11th and 12th graders where they'll be on an aviation track to learn how to fly and other opportunities. Their board has approved them for that investment of about $55 million. But it's going to take some time to build out the curriculum and construct the facilities, but we're beginning that process now.
Okay, yeah, I think that's a phenomenal program. I think giving young people an opportunity to fly and learn to be in the aviation industry, whether it's flying or working on planes, is a wonderful thing to do. So I'm glad that that's happening.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you very much.
Councilmember Arias?
Thank you. Director, I was looking at your budget. I noted a $2.5 million increase in the operational budget, but you're only requesting 6.5 new positions. So either you're spending $500,000 per position, or there's something else on the operational side that you're spending money on. Can you walk me through why you're only asking for 6.5 positions and when there's a $2.5 million increase?
So we made a budget request last year in FY23 to add an additional 23 positions. We've not filled all of those positions yet. We've been working at it, but we haven't quite gotten there. And so there was only a need for one additional new position in this budget. And as I mentioned, the other 5 FTEs it's an adjustment for those positions we added last year at 0.25.
Why do you need another 0.75 sworn position for?
I'm sorry?
Why do you need an additional 0.75 sworn position?
That will be an assistant public safety manager. We're making significant headway with reorganizing our police department. And so that'll bring additional management personnel for oversight of that group.
But why 0.75? Isn't that a full position?
It's a full position, but in the first budget year, we only budget for 3/4 of the position, because by the time we get the budget approved and hire, the first part of the year will be essentially gone.
The city manager indicated that they were budgeting for 90% of position fill rates. How does that mesh?
That's predominantly general fund. This isn't enterprise.
Yeah, I understand the difference, but why budget differently if it's enterprise or general fund? I mean, bottom line, it takes
so you're
HR
talking
year.
about attrition, and so whenever we add new positions into the budget, we know that we are not going to be able to fill that position July 1. So we only budget for the second quarter, the last quarter. So I think what the director is saying is we don't anticipate to be able to fill for the first quarter, but we anticipate to be able to fill for the last half. So we are going to fill that position. The 10% is the attrition savings based on vacancies in the general fund, kind of two different things, apples to oranges.
I understand now. So am I to anticipate that in mid-year you come back for the 0.25?
No, we'll add that 0.25 in next year's budget when we have to budget at 100%.
Okay. So if you happen to fill that position quickly, because it's a management position, so I imagine you might fill it sooner, how do you fund it if it's not fully funded? How do you pay for it?
We won't fund it until the funds are available, which will be in the second quarter. We'll plan for that.
So this budget's effective July 1st. If come August 1st, you find somebody, how do you pay for the remainder of the year if you're not proposing to come back for the rest of the 2.5 to the following budget year?
So first of all, we don't anticipate we're going to be able to start on July 1st looking. If we start looking in August, the selection and hiring process will push us into at least October, is what I would anticipate.
Okay. The other thing I noticed, Director, I was recently at the airport, and I think we've had this discussion several times now, but I noticed I still don't see Council President Tyler's face on it, nor do I see Member Chavez's voice in the welcome message. I keep on hearing Jerry Dyer as the only person in Fresno that exists here. So when is that
There
going to
is
be
a Spanish
redressed?
message.
Yeah. Yeah. I said Member Chavez's voice, not a Spanish message.
Right. Stay tuned. That is something we are working on, and we will get that done in this fiscal year.
So you said that like 3 times in a row.
And
So
we've
that,
been working on it.
what's the holdup?
Just trying to get the right concept and find the location. We've narrowed a lot of that down, so we'll have something to share very shortly.
We were in Phoenix, the Phoenix airport, it plays, I think, all 7 or 9 or 10 of them on.
Well, here only Jerry Dyer exists, so.
Yeah. So, Henry, I think you got till June 30th to some recordings done.
I do intend to make a motion on your budget contingent on that taking place before the budget's adopted. So
Yes, sir.
I've been patient. It's been
Yes.
3 times, 3
Absolutely.
conversations, and I know it's probably held up in some management office somewhere. On a more lighter note, I know you guys are planning the expansion of the new wing. Is there any room for the Renzi artwork, the day in the park, that could be located within inside the new terminal at the airport? In other words, do you have wall space? If this worked out, we have to relocate artwork that's been damaged in a public setting. Is there space for that? And if so, who would be the contact for folks to talk to about that?
Potentially, yes. We'll have a number of locations in the terminal expansion for art. Some of that will be for murals, some will be for paintings, sculptures, et cetera. We haven't narrowed down exactly that yet. Is there space for the piece that you're speaking of? We can certainly look at it. I don't know what the size of it is and all of that, but we will be working with the Fresno Arts Council in partnership to figure all this program out.
It might be a good space for your outdoor, I forgot what you call it, your outdoor pavilion for the new terminal, but, we need to find a place that would protect that artwork. So I think the airport's a good option. If not, we'll be happy to take it to Roding Park somewhere, but we do need a location to preserve it. Thank you, Director, and I'll make my motion tomorrow on the voiceovers.
Gotcha.
Okay, I don't see anyone else punched up, Director.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. That was our last department of the day. The time is 2:50. We're going to go ahead and adjourn today's hearings, and we'll resume tomorrow at 9 a.m. Thank you, everybody.
And please don't forget to send in your motions and directions, council members.